what is chance for similarity? Chance for similarity talking about the chance of similar thing happening in a group. So take a random group. Now I'm talking about a random group which is having the similarities. So you can see a lot of similarities in a random group. Take a group of people which you can see the group of people is having same color of dress. That is a similarity. Take another group of people. I'm not talking about the selected group of people. It's randomly formed a group of people. They may have same days. For example, more than one person have the same day as birthday. There are a lot of similarities you can see in a group. Now we are talking about what is a chance for this similarity. Okay, for starting to that presentation or entering to that presentation, to understand it more clearly, I can start with a story. The story is a company released a product with 100 features. Think about there's a company which is releasing a product with 100 features. Then the company gained 10,000 customers for this product. So they marketed well and they got 10,000 customers for this product. Then think about a company is having a product with 100 features and gained 10,000 customers for the product. Then think about a scenario like one customer is not satisfied with one of the features. So think about this company management will think that it's a very simple thing, where not a big thing because we have 10,000 customers and one customer is not satisfied. Yeah, and again, only one feature from the 100 features. So most of the people think that, or everyone will think that that's not a big thing. So it's very rare thing happen in any organization. So we need not give much importance to that. But here we are calculating what is the chance for next customer is also not satisfied with the same feature. Okay, just go through the story again. A company released a product with 100 features, gained 10,000 customers for the product. One customer is not satisfied with one of the features. And what is the chance for next customer is also not satisfied with the same feature. I think that is, as a common man's understanding, as a common man's logic, this is very minute thing is happening. We need not take it much serious because we have 10,000 customers. Don't worry about one person who is not satisfied with one of the features from 100 features. So that's a story. So my approach is to calculate what is a chance for this. Here I'm not talking about any word of mouth or spreading some negative propaganda to the company or product, then people are following that. I'm not talking anything like that. I'm just approaching this problem with a probabilistic method, that is a mathematical way of solving it. What is a chance for similarity? Okay, little bit maths I have to explain, but that's not a very complex math. If you feel that it's a very complex math, you just neglect that. Think about the scenario, not satisfied with one of the 100 features by one among 10,000. What is the chance for the first feature this is not satisfied? So 1 out of 100. So what is the chance for that? Of course, this 100 by 100, that's 100% probability. That is, probability is 1. So because this first feature gets dissatisfied, the probability is 1 because it's already selected it as dissatisfied. So there is no complex maths in it. Then what about the second feature? Because of the first feature already selected, think about the second feature selecting as dissatisfied. So only the balance 99 features are there. So 99 by 100, that is 0.99. Then third feature is 98 by 100, that's 0.98. So it is simple math is going on. So what is happening? So probabilities. Still you feel that, okay, this is 1 out of 100 and this is satisfied by one person among 10,000. Now we have the next question. What is the probability of selecting the same feature by a customer? Previously, we talk about different features. Now, what is our intention is to calculate the chance for selecting the same feature by a customer. So what is the probability for selecting the same feature by a customer? That is very basic equation, that is probability is equal to 1 minus probability of not selecting the same feature by second customer. Okay, then we had to calculate what is the probability for not selecting same feature by second customer and subtract from 1. So what is the probability for that? That is 1 into 0.99, that is 0.99. Then probability for selecting the same feature by a customer is 1 minus 0.99 is 0.01. So this is a very minute probability. The minute chance you are seeing now, that is 0.01. It's a very minute chance of selecting the same feature which is dissatisfied by the first customer. Then think about the next customer. So 0.99 into 0.98 is 0.9702. Then 1 minus 0.9702 is 0.098. That's also very small probability. When you calculate these probabilities, so you can see what is the result. That is 0.01, then 0.02, 0.058, like that is going on. So what is happening now? So probability is increasing. The chance for selecting the same feature by the which is dissatisfied by the first customer is increasing. And look into this stage. So the 13th customer, for the 12th customer is having 0.4968. It's almost 0.5. That is equal chance for select or not. So the 50% chance that the 13th customer, so above than 50% chance that the 13th customer will select the same feature. This is the point we are interested to discuss. Think you have 10,000 customers and one among 10,000 is dissatisfied with the one of the 100 features. But the probability says that the 13th customer is having more than 50% chance that to select the same feature selected by the first customer and is marked as dissatisfied. This is something curious and creating interest for the study, as well as something we can't accept to our logic because I have a lot of customers. Then why the 13th customer? That is a minimum chance they are talking about. That's the maximum chance is very high. So we are not, I'm not talking about the maximum chance. Minimum is 13%. Okay, that is something we have to think about, and it creates a lot of worries to the marketing people as well as the research people. So these methods are used in user experience research, because when one feature is not interested by one person, and what is the chance for selecting the same feature as dissatisfied by the next person? So that is the analysis done by the UX researchers. Then, so think that the 13th customer has 50% chance. When you calculate like that, 22nd customer have 90% chance. Then 24th customer is 95% chance. And 41st customer is having 99.99% chance. This is something really creating a very hard time for a marketing person, because 41st customer is almost the person will select the same feature which is dissatisfied by the first customer. So 99.99 chance. Think about, even though you have a 10,000 customers, the 41st customer will select the same feature which is dissatisfied by the first customer. So think about what is the total dissatisfied customers in that group. So 10,000 is the 41st customer. So it's almost 250 customers from 10,000 is dissatisfied. That's very serious situation. So don't put these type of situations in a lazy manner, or don't take these type of situations in a lazy manner. So only one among 10,000 dissatisfied. But looking to the chance, that is very difficult to understand to humans' logic. There is a problem here. Actually, if you know the maths behind it, we can accept. But normally, human won't accept that, because it's not understandable to or accepted to human logic. Because I have 10,000 customers, and one among 10,000 teacher is dissatisfied by one of the person among 10,000. So it's very minute percentage. So, but actually, what is happening here? Then 41st customer is having 100% chance, 99.99% chance to select the same features. Means the 41st customer is also dissatisfied customer. Then 82nd customer, dissatisfied customer. Like that is going on. That's why I said that 250 customers will be dissatisfied by that feature. That is something, take it serious. So, not satisfied with one of 100, so the 41st customer, that is really we had to think about. So don't keep these type of information as silly, or we have to give seriousness to this type of information, because the the maths behind, or the method behind it is not linear, it is exponential. That is, if you are understanding the exponential factors, that it will be progressing in a geometric progression. It's not like a linear way it is developing. That is the reason the chance is very higher. So 41st customer, even though you have 10,000 customers. Okay, so still you are not feeling well, or we are feeling that that is not a right way. So I can't accept that. So why can't we try it in a simulator? So it will give the results on different trials. Okay, you can try here. So I will show a simulator to try. So before that, I will show the maths behind it. You can see there are 100 customers, sorry, 100 features. So what is the chance? You can see here there is Then you can come down, that is at the 80th customer is explained. Then come to the next levels, that is 22nd customer is having 90% chance, and 24th customer is a 95% chance. So this very simple math you can calculate using probability equations. Then we can look into the simulator, how it works. Okay, you can see a simulator here. Think about it, there's 100 items. There are 13 people. I'm resetting the simulator, then start a trial. So what is happening here? So simulator already calculated the chance for something match is 54%, but the actual match, the simulator tried the first trial, it's already matched because it's calculating with the random trials. Then run the trial again. The second is also matching. Third is also matching. Fourth is also matching. Fifth matching. Sixth matching. Seventh matching. Eighth not matching. So there's a 50-50 chance to match anything. So that's doing the random trials. So 7 out of 8. So you had to do a lot of trials, then only you can come to a stabilized form of the results. So I am running multiple trials in the simulator. So now it's coming to 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 50th trials. What happened? It's a 62% actual match. So then continue the run. Then coming to 100th trial. So that is coming to 97, 98, 99, 100. There's a 56%. It's almost stabilizing the results. If you run again, it's coming almost near to the theoretical calculation, because simulator is designed to run the based on random numbers, and it will give results when the trials are higher. Okay. So now you can convince that this is going to happen in the real life. At the same time, I already tried with 500 trials. You can see the 57% was the chance. Okay, fine. So this is the way it works. If you have doubts, you can try it. How to try it? Some examples, like you have 100 followers in this account. You can give some simple trials. You have a feeling that, or you know that at least one post in a year by each follower. You have 100 followers in this LinkedIn account, and one follower will do one post in a year. So that is, I can assure that only one post, minimum one post he will do in a year. Just 100 followers you have. Then, whether any of my followers post in the same day I post. Look into this. 100 followers, just 100 followers you have, at least one post in a year by each follower. So only one post in 365 days. So whether any of my followers post in the same day I post. So it's a very rare chance, you may be thinking. So what is the result? It's 99% chance for one follower will post in the same day you post. Very difficult to accept. And 50-50 chance that 3 followers post in the same day. Okay, this is the probability. Still you have doubts. You can try different examples in your real life. So one of the examples you can try is birthday. If you are a teacher, this is very interesting experiment you can do in your classroom. Mostly the teachers have more than 25 people in the classroom. If one person have birthday, one student have birthday, is there any other person have the birthday at the same time, same day? Look into that. So that is another example. So what is the theory behind it? What is the science behind it? In a probability theory, the birthday problem asks the probability that in a set of n randomly chosen people, at least two will share a birthday. The birthday paradox is that counterintuitively, the probability of a shared birthday exceeds 50% in a group of only 23 people. So think about, you have 25 students in the classroom. If one person has the birthday, it's a 50% chance that another person also there. If you have a 75 students in your class, it's almost sure that there is one more person will be having the birthday. So this is one of the experiment you can try. Another experiment is, try if you are going to do something in a group of people. So you are saying that, okay, if someone is having birthday today, he will be the winner. That's one of the simplest games people will do in a group. But if the group is having 75 people, you randomly select 75 people and you announce in such a way that if, come on, who is having birthday today? Come on. So it's a very high chance that more than one person will come. So if it's a 75 people, is the minimum two people will be having the birthday on the same day. Otherwise, you try. Okay, but when you do this type of group exercises, you always keep in mind that these are the problems you are going to face, because you never expect that. That is the beauty of this. That's why we call it as, that is why the science call it as paradox. So you never expect that. Okay, so we can try some other scenarios. What is the relevance of these scenarios in business? So I already explained it with one story, that is one person rejects some feature, then what is the chance for next person to reject that feature? Think about another scenario. One client is giving 10 projects at a time. If the client is not satisfied with one project, but there is a high chance that there is two more projects will be dissatisfied. Think about, if you are a software industry or like some type of service industry, mostly the client will give multiple projects. If the client is giving on 10 projects at a time, if the client is not satisfied with one project, then the chance for dissatisfaction for another two more projects is very high. So another scenario is, I already said, the win on birthday. So if you are not convinced with these scenarios, I can show it in the calculator we have in spreadsheet. So think about, okay, we can talk about the 10 projects the customer is giving. You can see 50 chance coming in the fourth, 49. So the fourth project is having a high chance that it will be rejected by customer. So that means then 8, that's more than 2. So it's a high chance that another 2 projects will be get rejected. If you rejected first project, dissatisfied with the first project, the fourth project and the 8th project. So that is a chance. Minimum chance is 3. So think about the 90% is the 7th project. So also you can make sure that one more will be dissatisfied. It's 100% sure. Okay, then think about the birthdays. Same birthday. That is 365. There's a 365 days in a year. I'm not talking about the leap year. So for the easiness of the calculation, so in 365 days, what is the calculation? So you can see 23rd person. That's why I already saying if the group is more than 23, 23rd person is having the chance of 50% chance that that person is also having the birthday in the same day. What is chance for similarity? Chance for similarity talking about the chance of similar thing happening in a group.
Hi, welcome to my presentation today. Today we are talking about being a UI designer, how to develop UI design. In last weeks, we talked about how to listen to users, how to convert UX findings to UI design, how to develop UI design is today's topic. So first we start with different segmentation and how to talk to different segment of people and how to collect their insights and analyze their insights. After that, we talk how we can find the UX findings we got from that interactions, then how we can plan a UI design based on that information. Now we will talk about how to develop UI design. In today's session, we'll talk about wireframe. Developing the wireframe, it includes shapes and size, what are the things to be considered, and inclusive design, how to include all category of people to the design, or how to consider their requirements in the design, then designing rules, what are the rules we have to follow. Then in mockups we talk about color selection, then semiotics, that is sign language. Then in interactive design we'll talk about designing tools. As I said in all my presentations, I talk about innovation journey. Innovation journey start from ideation, then concept, then designing look and feel, rapid prototype, or service or process or business model. UI designer works in designing look and feel. That's the stage where the UI designer will contribute to the innovation journey. As I said earlier, UI design is a part of product design. So UI designer should synchronize his work with product designer, and main duty of the UI designer is designing look and feel. So in my presentation, I will talk about how to listen, how to design, how to develop, how to deploy, and how to measure UX and UI. Today we are talking about developing UI design. Of course, you are free to share my presentation to your colleagues and friends, and I expect your comments, questions, and if you like my presentations, you can do it in the comment box or you can share to your friends. Okay, coming back to today's topic, wireframing. What is the importance of shapes and size? Do not think that I'm talking only about digital design or the shapes and size depends on is connected to digital designs or web designs or mobile app designs. Shapes and size is also important in physical products. Think about the interactive knobs in a car or in your kitchen equipments. The shapes and size So important. So what shape or what size you have to select for your interface? That is one of the important concern while you start wireframing. Anyway, wireframing is the first stage of UI design. You have to start, you have to develop a wireframe of the interface you are planning to design according to all the information you have from the interaction with the UI designer, sorry, the interaction with users and the development of persona in the second stage, the planning stage, you develop different persona. Depending on this information, we had to develop as a UI designer, you have to develop wireframing. That's the first stage of designing. So, shapes and size. One of the important consideration or one of the important rules of the shape. Okay, you can use any shapes for your interface. Now, I'm not talking about the shape and size of the total interface. That depends on the screen size. That depends on the space available in the equipment or the monitor is already provided. There is a total shape and size. Maybe in a phone, there's a different sizes available, or in a tab, different sizes available, laptop, or in a kitchen equipment, you have different sizes. That is okay with the size of the product, but I'm talking about shape and size of the components inside that. For example, what should be the size of a particular node? What should be the size of a particular window inside your product? The best thumb rule is always depend on persona. Persona plays a major role in designing. As I uh, always advocates, you have to design for different personas, and you have to keep the persona in your mind while designing. Don't depend on your intuitions. So your product actually the representation of targeted segment of your users. Better go for square and round shapes if you are designing for 10 years and lower, and 60 years and above, also better to go for round and squares. In between that, especially in the middle age, 20 to 30, you can use any shapes because of the age and their biological factors. They could not identify or they could not differentiate different shapes. If they can't differentiate between different shapes, the communication you are conveying through that shape may have errors. So better go for the different shapes or variety of shapes. If your persona is in middle age, and for the elders and youngsters means teens. I'm not talking about the teens, it's around 10 years. So it's better go for squares and round shapes. Okay, how you can do this type of differentiation in your design based on the persona, or you have to design for different persona, and based on the persona they can select what the interface they need. It depends on the registration process of the user, or you can use any different methods to get what type of user is in front of the product or who is using it now. Based on that, you can change the interface or shapes. Then comes to size, especially the font size. Same principle is applied. So bigger fonts to be used for users around 10 years, also for 60 years, but smaller fonts we can use between 20 and 30. So the size of the font also depends on persona. These are two simple thumb rules you have to follow. While you define the persona, define the age, then select the size and shape. Next, we come to inclusive design. What is inclusive design? Inclusive design talks about how you are including people with all disabilities. For example, you already selected one persona, maybe your persona is between 20 to 30 years. Still, you can find a group of people have permanent disabilities. They have restrictions to use your product, temporary disabilities, and situational disabilities. What it is? Permanent disabilities, we know they are naturally disabled or sometimes by accident or some other tragedies happen to their life and they could not perform as a normal human being and they're permanently disabled. Maybe in the touch, they have one arm, example, one arm or something. That's called permanent disability or touch, or they can't see properly, they can't hear, speak. What is temporary disability? It's mainly medical condition because of some temporary things happen to them, so they can't do touch, see, hear, or speak. They are restricted temporarily. These are temporary disabilities. Then the third is situational. That is more important when you design your product. Because for the permanent disabilities, we know how to design a product for permanent disabled people because the product is specifically meant for them. So we can include them, and it's very the percentage of people is having permanent disability is very low compared to the total population we are targeting. And temporary disability is a matter of time. So after that, they will recover from that. That also people can accommodate. But what about the situational disability? That's really interesting. What it is actually, situational disability. Because of the environment, the user is disabled. For example, a new parent, a mom carrying kid, she's disabled at that moment. A driver is disabled while he's driving. A person inside a environment having loud voice is disabled. These are the different situations. People are disabled because of that environment. So look into these situations. As I said, a person after shopping with lot of products carrying how the person can book a Uber. So the user is disabled at that moment because the user is carrying a lot of product in her hand, so he can't operate, she can't operate phone. So that means that at that moment, the user is disabled. Look at your mom carrying a kid and she want to use phone or anything. She's disabled because one arm is reserved for carrying the kid. Think about a driver. So this is called situational disability. We have to include these into design because this is a surprising fact that 78 percentage of the daytime you are disabled. A user is disabled. Situational disability affects 78% of daytime of a user. This is really interesting fact, and 78% of daytime, that means you have to consider it very seriously because the user has to use your product in between. For example, you are designing an app, you are designing a product. So 78% of the daytime he is engaged with some other activity. In between that, the user has to use your product. So UI designer should consider this fact. And whatever shapes and size and uh, business processes is including inside the product or inside the app, the UI designer has to consider this fact. So how a user can operate your app with one arm? Or how a operator can operate your equipment in 3 seconds time, within 3 seconds. That's one of the thumb rule we use in driving, because if it's more than 3 seconds, driver get distracted. So avoid that. And how easily he can identify the knobs without looking to that. These are the facts. These are the situational conditions you have to consider while designing. Again, it depends on your product and what environment is using and what complexity is using. But UI designer should keep this in mind. Whatever you are designing, the process, the shape, the size, in a car interface, because he has to concentrate on that screen, then only he can read what it is. So it will be distracting from driving. So don't use these type of designs, because we know that, okay, 20 to 30 years of age people, they are very sharp in reading. That's okay. But think about it, he's distracted because of the environment. That should be considered. So always keep in mind that 78% of daytime a user is distracted. Then comes to designing rules. I already had a detailed presentation on designing rules. That is Jacob Norman's 10 usability heuristics. You can refer that video. So I'm just briefing it here. These are the rules you had to follow while preparing the design. So especially when you start with wireframing, you have to follow these rules. What it is? Visibility of system status. You have to give the status of the system to the user, whether it is uploading, whether it is deleting or trying something. You have to use some way, some with colors or the messages. You have to interact with users and show what is happening. Otherwise, users feel that your system is get hanged and they have no idea what is happening inside your system. Then match between the system and the real world. So whatever communication you are using with the interacting with the user, it should match with the real world communication or real world usage or accent or sentences they are familiar with. Then user control and freedom. User have the control to do anything. So user makes mistakes. So the system should provide the exit or come back to the previous situation. That is very important. You have to consider that fact while designing the screens or the controls. Then consistency and standards. You have to keep colors and shapes and language in a consistent form. The fifth one is error prevention. Prevent errors before user commit mistakes. So some situation you have to do the double check or the process to be designed to prevent errors like taking the password 2 times, or a lot of situations you can avoid errors by inviting more attention by the users to the environment of interaction. Then recognition rather than recall. So don't allow users to remember everything, or don't expect the remembering uh, of the previous screens or previous actions by the user. So recognize rather than recall. So you have to show what is the system status. Then flexibility and efficiency of use. So user should be flexible and your product should be flexible and efficient to use. Aesthetic and minimalist design. Don't make a complex design. This should be very simple design. People have a lot of other works to do instead of solving your puzzles in the design. So how to finding the knob to do something. They have no time to do that. So it should be clear. Help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. Still, people will make mistakes. Then identify the errors and give the assistance to come out from the errors. These then next is help and documentation. These rules to be implemented in the design. Don't keep these as another document or explanatory document. No. So while you use any icons or any controls, you have to follow these rules, because when the user is going to delete, you have to take the confirmation. Are you want to delete? Or they do something in error, you have to show that there is an error in maybe in red color. So these type of screens you have to design. If you avoid these rules, your designs or your screens will reduce to 50%. Look into a mobile design or a interface design. 50% of screens are used to follow these rules. Otherwise, just look into a login screen. You are taking the username, then password 2 times, then showing that okay, you are logged in, or you are failed to log in, your password is incorrect, or you have to use these characters in your password, your section timeout, different password or different login options. Look into these facts. You are implementing in just one screen for password. Most of the screens you are showing while user is doing login is following these rules to compliance with these rules. So that's why I'm saying that whenever you design a interface, 50% of the screens you are using, 50% of the message you are using is to fulfill these 10 usability heuristics. That's why the designing rules are so important, and we have to follow these rules in every part of design. You have to implement these rules in wireframing stage itself. So you can see a wireframe for the demonstrative purpose. I'm showing a wireframe. So mostly wireframes avoid colors and just give some layouts, how it works. It gives a feel of what are the things in it. Okay, this is a way of designing wireframes. just show the shapes and size and rules. Then the next stage comes in mockups. Mockups mainly talk about colors, because after wireframing you have to add colors to your design. That's the second stage for designing. The colors should be selected based on persona. Still, I'm always focusing on the persona, that is the targeted users you are planning to deliver this product, or the targeted users you are focusing as a user for your product. So you have to define different persona. In the previous stage or previous presentation, as I explained, you have already defined different persona. Depending on the persona, you have to select colors. For example, youngsters, teens, and kids, you can use vibrant colors, but elders is better go for plain colors. For senior citizens, it's better go for black and white, because of their age, they could not differentiate between colors. If something you are conveying based on colors is very difficult to understand, so use only the basic colors. Don't go for very minute changes in colors and try to communicate something. So the color selection is based on persona. So you can use the same rule, who is in front of the product. Based on that, your interface can be changed. So that these type of things you can put in the settings. Especially in a digital environment, it's very easy. Based on the login, you can set these colors and shapes. But in physical environment, you can ask a questions in what mode you have to start this product. So that is one of the easiest way. Maybe in some cars we can look that is economy mode or sporty mode. That's the same way you can start most of the premium cards now we have the profiles. Profile. This is actually a persona. So select that profile and system. Select elders profile and start the system. So it will set according to all the colors, shapes, and everything will be set according to this type of designs you have to implement in your UI design. Otherwise, you have nothing to design. Actually, when I talk frankly, you have nothing to design if you are not considering these factors. It's just one screen, is a plain screen login. That's all. But the login screen is changing based on the age. Login screen is changing based on the culture. Login change. So in total, we can say the login screen is changing based on persona. When a user select teens persona, a login screen is changing. When a user selects senior citizens persona, the login screen changes. That is a real task you have to do in UI design, because your UI design should match with the user in front of the product. It should be perfectly synchronized with the user. Then only you can create a emotionally attached experience and a good experience to the user. So that is the duty of UI design. Otherwise, why should a product designer needs a UI designer? Product designer or any person can design the interface. That's very easy. So as a UI designer, you have to consider the targeted users, develop the personas, and based on the persona, the impact screens to be developed. Otherwise, the company need not require the UI designer. That's a fact you have to keep in mind. So again, the UI designing process should not be start with or should not be concluded with your intuitions, UI designer's intuitions. It should match with the persona of the targeted segments. Okay, then we You can see a lot of signs here. Also here, you can see a lot of signs. This is the way you have to communicate. So you can use signs without the explanation, or we can use with the explanation. So most of the time, we are interacting with these signs without explanations. That area of science or interaction is called semiotics. So we talk about science. Talk about science without linguistics. There is a difference between linguistics design and semiotics. Linguistics always talk about language. Here we talk about science. So semiotics, most of the time we are interacting using these signs. Think about these popular signs. You are interacting how many times in a day you are interacting with signs. Look into any of these signs, phone or Wi-Fi, fire, restrooms. If I am driving red, yellow, green, that's the most popular universal sign. Recycling, currency, okay, traffic signals. Everything is based on science. People won't read. Don't put on explanatory notes. People won't read. People look into the sign. So your science should talk the universal language. And most of the time we are interacting with the science, especially in this digital age. You can look into the screens in front of you, especially you are driving. You can see the screens. There is nothing. You can't understand without the science. Look into the different signs a car dashboard is showing. So you know all these signs in different colors, and it's clearly communicate what is happening in the system. So talk the user based on signs. That is very interesting. That is area is called semiotics. UI designer can specialize this area. So look into any product in front of you, a kitchen equipment. What sign it shows? So think about it. If something is red in red, you will be vigilant. You know that there is a danger. And if something is in yellow, you have to be curious, or you have to need an system needs an attention. And green is okay to go. So these are the universal colors used in that stage. Also signs. Look into the another digital product. Everything is on sign. Not only the standard signs, they are using a lot of other signs to interact. And in social media, stop on sign. Look into the chat, look at the Wi-Fi, look into the shopping basket, look into the home, look to mail sign. So look to your screen and understand how many times you are interacting using only sign. So now it's a common practice in your daily life. Communicate with sign. That is sign language. So sign should be universally accepted. The user should get the clear communication using that sign, and should have a proper color. Color also contribute to that communication. There should be a universal sign and the product specific signs. Think about the logo of most of the global companies. When you see that logo, you understood what it is. For example, the piece of Apple. Now people don't think that is a natural apple. So when you see that logo, people are associating it with a brand, not with the natural apple. So that's a way the company communicates their brand through signs. Look into any global brands, you can see, especially McDonald's. KFC. Some companies will write their brand name along with that sign, but most of the companies avoid that because you don't expect everyone can understand your English. So most of the people may not be comfortable in reading words in English. Some can speak, but most of the people can't read. So sign language and develop your product in a consistent way. Your UI should use a consistent way on signs. So don't use one sign here and different sign in another screen for the same purpose. This is called consistency. And you have to keen on using the signs, colors of the signs. It's a very interesting area of science. Not only for UI design, the signs are used everywhere, not only for UI designs. Think about where there is a communication, there is a sign. Look into the traffic signs, look into the road signs. Some signs are migrating to another area because of similarity. For example, right. Actually, the right talk about right side in traffic, but in digital design, using the same thing for true, left, false. So this is the way the sign language develops. So it should communicate the global language or universal language, and it should be understandable to all the users. Okay, coming to designing tools. So what are the tools you have to use for designing? So designing mainly talk about wireframing, mockups, and UI design. And what are the designing tools? There are different tools. I'm not advocating or I'm not promoting any of these tools, but I'm using all these tools in our company. UiZad, Figma, or Adobe XD and Canva. There are a lot of other tools also available. These are the popular tools. UiZad, Figma, and Adobe XD work almost similar, or 90% similar. Maybe the 10% of commands or facilities they are providing in a different way. What I notice is these three platforms are good for programmers. A programmer trained to UI designer. These three platforms are good. But I really love to use Canva because it's a should be as art backed by science. So artistic aesthetic part is important in a design. Better go for Canva. So initially I was using UiZad, Figma, and all these products. Now I always use Canva because it's huge library and facility to do the prototype. It's providing is really interesting and really flexible to use. Look into my presentation also. I'm not using any PowerPoint. I'm not using any Google Slides. I'm doing this presentation in Canva. This these slides are prepared in Canva. So look to my wireframes or designs I showed. Some are in Canva and some are in UiSAD and Figma. So, but nowadays I'm always insist UI designer to use Canva because it's more near to the real product. When you use prototyping, it is more near to the real product. Okay, you can use anything. So UiSAD and Figma more towards the designing, that is having programming windows. So when you use some commands or some icons, it will give you a programming part also. So you can continue from the programming, but actually that is not a very useful um, facility because programming is mainly depend on the back-end design and front-end design as well as the technology design and the logic and the environment that these type of softwares can't cater to, that a complex environment of algorithms. Can just give some commands or some connectivity. That is not at all useful. I never use this. I won't recommend a programmer to use that facility. Always keep in mind that UI design is an art backed by science. So don't give much importance to the opinion of programmer. Look to the user. That is to be prioritized above the technology. Technology should support the user needs, not in the other way. If you do it another way, users won't do that. So user needs should be supported by technology. If that technology is not working, you can use another technology. That's all. But user needs is important. So keep the users in front of your design and complete the design. Don't put the programmer in front of your design and complete the design. That's very easy. Put the user in front of you, then complete the design. So that's why I am saying that always look into the artistic part of the design, because the artistic and aesthetic part gives the emotional attachment to the user, and it triggers a good user experience. Again, I am saying that if you can't give the user experience with your interface, then there is no need for UI designer in the product development process. So UI designer has to concentrate on the targeted users and their needs. Okay, you can see a complete design. So all the icons are working, all the screens and data. So you had to, as a UI designer, you have to do all this part in an interactive form. How much you can go near to the real product, that shows your design skills and visualizing skill, especially visualizing. So you have to visualize the product. Before developing the real product, you have to visualize it. So your visualizing capability shows how near to the real product it is going to use by the UI designer. Every part to be designed, like settings, screens, all the connectivity, including colors, layouts, etc. If you are going to design for mobile, you have to design in that way. This is for laptop design. Like that, whatever interfaces you are using, you have to design for each interface. Then do design for each persona. So many times I explain. So whatever designs you develop, you design separately for different use persona. So as a programmer, they will say that, okay, what persona you need, you can select based on persona, or they will set the persona based on login, because the login is already there as a registration. Your details are there. So you can select based on the login. Otherwise, in physical products, it's better to start with different profiles. As a UI designer, consider all these profiles and do the design based on each persona. So whatever you are designing for the same backend or same process, you have to consider user is in front of you and give the user interface according to the user's needs. That's the reason we are talking about different UI design for each persona. Otherwise, think about it. You have a product, you have one interface design, UI design. So that's very simple. So that's understand the work of UI designer in a product design scenario. If we just need a interface design, actually we need not require the UI designer. So UI designer should consider UI required for each persona and design according to that. So whether we need different design for each persona, or some personas to be combined, or how many interface designs we required in catering the entire society or entire targeted people. So otherwise, it will be an extension of backend. Most of the UI, why I'm saying again and again, most of the UI designers think that okay, I have to just show, just draw some screens, then give to the programmer. But as that limited assignments, the backend programmer will do that. UI designer has to consider the targeted user and its persona, then design. Okay, this is the important facts you have to consider while you use paint and brush. Wireframing. What are the things you have to consider? Shape, size, based on persona. Do inclusive design, care permanent, temporary, and situational disabilities. That will learn about these situations of a user, especially the 78% of the day a user is having situational disabilities. The only way to learn is interact with users. Otherwise, listen to users. Otherwise, there's no option to learn this situation. Then follow the usability heuristics. These are the important facts or important methods you have to follow during while wireframing. Wireframing is the start point and the basic part of your UI design. Then comes to mockups. Mockups mainly talk about colors. Colors again based on the user needs. Follow semiotics and its principles. Don't show any assigns according to your convenience to any commands. Use the universal language of signs. Okay. Then position also universal way of, because what should be positioned in the left side, what should be positioned in the right side. Everything you have to consider while semiotics. Then develop the design using any of the tools. I'm not because you are a UI designer, you know all these tools better than me. So I'm not interested to demonstrate one particular command in that tool, so you can explore it. I'm not interested to do that. But some tools have the AI-based support. That is, when you draw something in your paper, then show to the camera will scan it and convert to wireframe, because wireframe most of the people starts from pen and paper. So that's the easiest way. Then some tools have that facility, convert wireframes to vector design using AI. But okay, these are the different facilities the company is providing. Different brands are providing. Some have more designing capabilities, some are more into programming capabilities. But one thing you have to keep in mind that I always recommend to use artistic designs. Even though you are not using any of these tools, you can do a good UI design. Not a big thing. Even the element, sometimes I use Elementor. Elementor is a part of WordPress. I'm using it for UI design because it's more near to the real environment than these tools. So it depends. So some product designers, while do the physical product, you have to develop a scale down design. That's also possible. Scale down design to show the three-dimensional aspects. Otherwise, you can use some digital three-dimensional digital tools, which is used for three-dimensional development. So the tools, you have a lot of tools in front of you. So you can use any tools according to your convenience. Better to learn most of the tools, learn almost all the tools and use the tools whatever you require, depending on the interface you are going to design and your product. Okay, it's a website, it's better go for Elementor. I always recommend that. Don't use any of these tools. Go to Elementor if you are designing a website. If you are designing more into administrative part of the software, go for Figma or UiSAN. If you are going to more artistic part of the front end, or you can use Canva. So you can use multiple tools for in same project. So I won't look into which tool UI designer is using. So what the design is, how the design is, how much the design is near to the real product. That's the only thing we had to do. I had to check. Then do the design for each persona. So these are the three important stages of designing: wireframing, mockups, and UI design. The UI design always should be interactive. In wireframe, it should not be interactive. It can be static. Mockups, it will be adding colors and shapes and adding colors and colors and different personas and signs. That is called mockups. Then it should be interactive while we talk about UI design. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for So being a UI designer, now we completed 3 sessions. First, I talk about how to listen to users. The second, I talk about how to convert UI findings to UI design. Now, I was talking about how to develop UI design. I hope all these steps are clear to you. And you can refer my previous videos, especially for 10 heuristics of UI design. That's it. I have done only exclusive presentation on that topic, only for the 10 rules. I've done exclusive presentation. Also, I have done different presentation for listening, converting, now developing. And next week, again, I'll come with next stage. Do you have questions? Please air your questions in the comment box. So I will get back to you, or I will answer it now, or later on also you can add questions. I'll get back to you. Thank you so much. You can like or share my presentation to your team. Hi, welcome to my presentation again. Today we are talking about system 1, 2, 3 thinking process. How consumer think or how consumer visualize while purchase and how we can analyze this situation, how we can analyze this thinking process. So that is based on a paradigm, a psychological model. It's called system 1, 2, and 3 thinking. Before starting this presentation, you imagine a scenario. Think that I am a UX designer. Think that you are a UX designer. You want to design a ice cream. So that's your product. So your question is whether our consumer will accept my ice cream or not. Normally, any UX designer is having the same question in his mind. Being a UX designer, that's your prime duty. So you have to design user experience according to what the targeted consumer looks for. So imagine that scenario. So we have to measure it because whether my ice cream will accept a UX design after my design, the entire product, not only just look and feel. Think about the complete product. So I'm doing the UX design. So whether the targeted consumer will accept my ice cream, right? Okay, we can think about two aspects of this product. One is how the consumer will interact with the product. There are two aspects. One is they are emotionally attached. For example, the ice cream, they are emotionally attached to the ice cream. That's a product attachment. At the same time, the consumer will be emotionally attached to your brand. That's also emotional attachment. So one aspect of consumer interaction based on emotions or consumer acceptance is based on emotions. Another aspect is accepted the product after analysis. Consumer will think whether this product is good, this product is good for my health or good for my family. So whatever may be the situations consumer required, so he will think whether this product is good and the consumer will go through the specification of the product. Then there is some analysis is going on based on the knowledge of consumer. Then the consumer will accept the product. So these are two different directions. One is emotionally attached, then attached after analysis. I hope you are getting it right. Then think about a consumer is attached to emotionally attached to your products, attached to your product or brand emotionally. Another is accepted after analysis. So how this thinking process going on? So we emotionally attached thinking process, we call it a system one thinking. Because the consumer is attached to your product or brand emotionally, that we call a system one thinking. Then when the consumer analyze your product and brand and accept it after his own analysis or his own way of thinking, that's called system two thinking. This analysis is not by the UX designer. This analysis is done by consumer based on his knowledge and his culture or whatever the parameters for the analysis they will put it, into that. Then they accept or reject. So that's called system two thinking. How do we analyze these two processes? We can consider it as a two processes. One is system one thinking, another is system two thinking. How do we analyze? System one thinking is based on behavioral psychology, and system two thinking is based on mathematical psychology. These are two different aspects of psychology, two different methods of psychology. We can analyze these two thinking process. So system one thinking is based in depending on behavior, And system two thinking is mainly depending on the analysis. So that's why it's called as mathematical psychology and behavior. So we have to use the models from behavior psychology and mathematical psychology for analyzing these contexts. Think if you can find a match between these two, because human mind is not depending on just emotions. They will think, and human mind is not uh, taking decision just based on analysis. There are emotional factors. So decision by a consumer is a combination of emotional factors as well as analysis, right? So UX designer has to find a match between these two aspects. One is analytical aspects, another is emotional aspects. If you can join these two aspects, then you can analyze a consumer behavior effectively. These together, or you can find a consensus between these two aspects, you will be a perfect UX designer, and your product will be accepted without any doubt to the consumer. So this is the context we are going to analyze how consumer think in system 1 and system 2. And there is one more system 3. So we are talking about system 1, 2, and 3, the paradigm, the model of system 1, 2, and 3 thinking. You got any product you talk about, maybe not only ice cream, think about banking, insurance, think about airlines, think about bike. This is a fact. Consumer is emotionally attached to the product and brand. At the same time, they will analyze how we can understand this situation, how we can interpret this situation, and how we can analyze a consumer mind using these models. That's what we are talking now. What is the science behind it? Thinking Fast and Slow is a book by Israeli psychologist Daniel Kahneman. So in that book, Daniel talk about thinking fast and slow. Daniel described system one thinking as a fast thinking and system two thinking as slow thinking. We can accept this method, or we can synchronize the fast and slow concept with the system one and thinking, because emotionally attachment is very fast, and accepting after analysis is always slow because it needs some time to analyze. That's why it's fast and slow thinking. But some psychologists say there is no fast and slow thinking. Actually, there are two aspects of thinking. Okay, you can take it that way. But thinking fast and slow is a great book by the Israeli psychologist called Daniel. What Daniel explains in the system of thinking. System one thinking process, you can see quick, in, instinctive, automatic, no without any effort, mainly unconscious, emotional. These are the main aspects of system one thinking. Think about system two thinking. It's slower, a complex decision making, rational, conscious, logical, and effortful. These are the two aspects of thinking. How these two thinking process merge? That's what we are discussing now. The question is why consumer decide to make a purchase and when that decision happens. That's the biggest question in front of a UX designer as well as a brand. So why consumer decides to make the purchase and when that decision happens? That's a mystery always. It has been considered as an unknown variable to determine the best strategy to use when building a brand. Of course, this is really true. When we consider the behavior using system one and system two, we can consider these are two main aspects through which analysis occurs. In the both a consumer who is emotionally attached to a product or brand and he's analyzing the brand. That's system one and two. There is one more stage we are talking here. It's called system three. That's also playing an important role, system three, because the combination of system one and two is happening in system three. That's why we can consider it as a system three, or some people say that it's inside system one and two. Okay, the combination of system one and two, that's okay. But why present it as a system three? Okay, system one, system two, system three. What you're seeing here, a consumer is purchasing oil. Think about this. Pick that oil, maybe because of product or brand, he picked a particular oil from the choice of different brands and products available in front of the consumer. He selected one because she may be looking to the particular oil or she may be looking to the particular brand. That is called association. So she's emotionally attached to that particular product and particular brand. That's why she picked that product. That's called system one. Then she's looking to that. She may be reading the specifications and she's analyzing what are the ingredients in that product. That is happening in system two. What is system three? She's visualizing the usage of this product. Think about I can use this product for the breakfast I'm going to prepare for tomorrow morning. This will be a good and it's a tasty thing for my kids. Think it that way. So she's visualizing the usage. So system one, she's attached to that brand. System two, she's analyzing the specification. Then system three, she's visualizing the usage. So in the visual space, it considers the emotional attachment to the brand and family and the specification because how this product will be useful or good for her family. So that's a combination of the system one and two. But she's visualizing how I can use it. So how do we analyze this situation? The system one, system two, system three thinking process. Think about this is happening in a split of second, or we can say that maybe not a split of second. We can say that 5 minutes, 5 seconds, or 10 seconds. System one, system two, system three. Otherwise, you just go to a supermarket and you just buy a product. Think that you are going to buy a toothpaste. Just go to a supermarket, go to a store and select a toothpaste. There are multiple number of toothpaste brands are available with the different size, colors, and everything. You will pick one. How? On what basis you pick that? Because you have some attachment to the brand and a particular product or particular variant of the product as well as a brand. Sometimes you'll be looking to a particular product, still that may not be available, but you will pick something that is called your brand association as well as product association. Then you look into the specifications, or you may be familiar with the specifications, so then you won't look into that. Otherwise, if there are a lot of choice available, you will look into the specification. It's a new brand you are taking. You heard about the brand, but you never use that product. Then you look into the specification. Then you think, okay, this is showing some specifications. Is it good for my parents, or is it good for my kids? So whether this taste is good for my kids. Think about what the visualized space, in that visualized space, how the consumer is thinking. So you can experience it when you go to a store and when you select a product. So, but this is happening in 5 to 10 seconds maximum. But how do you analyze this 10-second user interaction? System one, as I said earlier, system one is emotional. System two is analyze. System three, visualize. So we have to approach these three aspects. Am I right? Yeah, these three aspects you have to analyze. Actually, what is happening in a consumer mind? Here, we are developing, or we are showing a scientific model, or the model based on human thinking process. Actually, the human get information, or consumer mind get information or connected to the world only through these five senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin. There is no other channel you have to get information from surroundings, right? Think about eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin. Eyes will watch the product, ears will hear about that, nose will smell, and tongue will taste, and skin will feel. So there is only five channels. Any human being, you have only five channels. Then these five channels give information to mind. So mind, what mind will do? Immediate reaction to this input from these five channels. When you get a input from these five channels, your mind immediately react. When you see something, you immediately react. When you hear something, you will react. When you feel something, you will react. So mind will immediately react to these five senses. That's spontaneous. That's fast. We can say it's fast. That is quick. That's why we can categorize it as system one thinking. That's very quick. In a split of second, it will react. From your unconscious mind also, it will react. So that is happening in the purchase also. When you see a brand, when you see a product, that is happening in your mind. I say in a consumer's mind, and not in your mind, it's in a consumer's mind. So that's called system one thinking. Then immediately the system two, that information will be passed on to your intellect, and the intellect start thinking. That is reaction to the input from five senses passed through the mind after analyzing. So intellect will take the input from mind or input from five senses to mind reactions, that intellect will react in logically. Whatever may be the logic you have, that's you are based on your culture, your education. Things according to the consumer. So consumers culture and education and everything will be act on it. So it immediately it will react with some logic. That is called system 2 thinking. That is a little bit slow than system 1 thinking, and that is rational, and it needs more effort because you are a consumer is thinking with what the knowledge the consumer is having in his mind. So this is a little bit slow. That's why people call it a slow thinking. Then it is added to the knowledge of the consumer because consumer already has some knowledge. If you think about some product like toothpaste or any product you can buy, or think about any product, some consumer already has some knowledge. So intellect will compare the knowledge given by these sensors from the surroundings with the knowledge the consumer is having. It's like a database. The consumer is having some knowledge about that product. Then compare between these two and reject or accept or add to the existing knowledge. So sometimes consumers say that okay, I need not record, it's rejected. Somebody just accepting that knowledge and adding to the existing knowledge. So the consumer's knowledge is little bit modified after this process. This is a continuous process happening in consumer's mind. Think about when you see something, when the consumer is hearing something, when the consumer is feeling something. This is the continuous process happening in consumer's mind. This is the process happening in a consumer's mind. So what is system 3? System 3 is thinking platform based on imagination. So as I said earlier, after first system 1 and system 2 thinking by the consumer, it acted to, or it added to, or it passed to system 3 thinking platform for creating the imagination or visualizing about the usage. The consumer creates an imaginary world, then apply system 1 and 2 thinking process in relation with the input from 5 senses and his knowledge. The decision of purchase and brand are based on his experience in this imaginary world. So actually the system 1 and system 2 thinking process is passing to system 3. Whatever the information the consumer is having from 5 senses, that is system 1, and in comparison with the knowledge the consumer is having, that system 2, is playing a major role while visualizing the usage of the product. So actually the decision of purchase is happening in system 3 in that imaginary world. That's one of the important aspects you have to understand from this model. Okay, you have system 1 thinking, emotionally attached, that's okay. Then intellectual, logical thinking, that is system 2. But when there is a visualizing happened by the customer and the customer is convinced with the usage of that product for her family or for his kids or for future, then only the purchase will be happening. Otherwise, they will just reject. I need not require this product, even though that person is emotionally attached to that product, even though the person convinced with the usage of product, but the consumer won't buy it. So in visualized space, consumer product and the brand, and consumer should be convinced with that. Only after that he will purchase. Okay, this is the process behind it. So when I look into this model, system 1 is based on top of mind. You know that how to analyze top of mind. So how do we analyze these information? So system 1 is based on top of mind. You have to take top of mind from the consumer. We can attach to system 1. System 2 is the situation. We have to take depth interviews for analyzing system 2 or getting information to system 2 space. Then system 3 is storytelling because the consumer is visualizing a lot of things, how the usage and whether it is useful for future. These things consumer is visualizing. So it's actually a story. So can apply top of mind, depth interviews, and storytelling. Because being a UX designer, you have to divide these three aspects. Otherwise, UX designer can't analyze what is happening inside consumer mind. But consumer mind is very complex process, very difficult to differentiate between when the system one is happening, when the system two is happening, and immediately it goes to system three. But system three is very easy to differentiate, but between system one and two, this is very difficult to differentiate. That's why we put it as model like whenever the system one starts, immediately the system two starts, and it's migrating from system one to system two. That's why when it is progressing, when system one is get reduced and system two get the importance more, because any human being will get information from these five senses, immediately that will attach to that product or brand with emotions. Then consumer will think. If a consumer will buy without thinking, the consumer will think without thinking, then that's a emotional buying. That's buying based on emotions. We always recommend that if a consumer is buying just by emotional attachment, that's not a sustainable purchase or sustainable process, because tomorrow consumer will reject it. If consumer buy after analysis based on her own logic, her own way of understanding, her own knowledge, then it's more sustainable. As a UX designer, you have to think both. The product should be attached emotionally, or brand should be attached emotionally. At the same time, it should give knowledge, or it should be acceptable according to the specification of the user. Both should be there. Otherwise, sometimes consumer will buy, but they won't use it. That's a problem. If that is a situation, that is more dangerous than not buying, because the consumer will propagate a negative aspect. I already bought it, but it's having no use. Don't buy. That is the propaganda, or that is the guidance the consumer will give to uh, his friend circle. So I already bought it, but actually it's have no use. Better do not buy. To avoid this, you as a UX designer, you should look into the system two aspects. But system one and system two can be designed based on system three stories. Because three stories you have to collect from consumer. We don't know what are the usage, how the consumer is visualizing the usage. But decision is happening in system three. But based on that stories, or based on that visualized space, design system one and two. Okay, after analysis, what do you get in system one? This emotional analysis. System two, you'll get facts, and system three is the stories, which is connecting to system one and two, three, to the life of consumer. These are the three outputs as a UX designer, you will get. And UX design should be based on, don't just, your imagination is not the right way to design. Most of the UX designers will do that. Just imagine something, just to design as like an artist. Okay, that is your own creativity. It's like a poetry, or like a drama, your own creativity. But you are talking in a commercial space, and you need a uh, consumer to use your product. So you have to analyze, you have to get information from consumer space. How consumer attach to that, how consumer think, and how consumer visualize. These are the three aspects. We have to analyze these three aspects. System one is, you can analyze with top of mind. System two can be analyzed using depth interviews. System three using storytelling. Think about a business. Being a business, being a brand, you should communicate in system one. Because whatever communication you produce in advertisement or whatever communication material you are producing to a consumer, it should have the system one. It should give a emotional attachment. Just data, nobody is interested to just interact with data. Data with emotion, that is important. The system two is thinking about facts, that means data. That should be some specification, but the specification should be communicated through system one and build brand using system three. So you have to build in the visual space of the consumer. That is so important. That's very important because when consumer visualize something for her future and your brand is supporting or brand is uh, giving solution to or giving a role in that consumer's visual space, the purchase is happening. That's a perfect marriage between your brand and consumer, right? So communicate in system one, think in system two, and build brand in system three. Okay, what are the takeaways? As I said earlier, one aspect is emotional attachment, system one thinking, then behavior psychology. Another aspect is uh, after analysis, system two thinking, and mathematical psychology. As a consumer, as a UX designer, you have to find the match between these two aspects of thinking process, then enter to the consumer's visual space. How consumer visualize about the usage of your product and brand. If your UX design is reaching to that level, of course, that's a great UX design you produced. Okay, this is the takeaway. Questions? Any questions? Okay, you can add questions in the comment box. Okay, how do we split between question system one and system two? Okay, that's a good one. So how we can say that system one and system two? How we can split? That's a very tough thing when you do the research because system one, whenever you start system one, system two already started. So just when the consumer will change from system one to system two, that's a very difficult question. Some consumer will take long time to convert, change, migrate from system one to system two. Some consumer will immediately within a split of second they start uh, system two. That's a critic type of consumers start system two fast, but emotionally attached consumers will start uh, system too late. The best thumb rule is whatever happening within 5 seconds, we can consider in system one thinking because most of the consumers needs 5 seconds to react in a system two thinking process. So analyze and react. That means 5 seconds. But in our regular research, what we consider is within 5 seconds. That is top of mind. If you react, if you ask what brand comes to your mind when you see this product, if the consumer is reacting after 10 seconds, we won't take it as top of mind because it's not a top of mind actually. The consumer is analyzing or thinking and what should I answer, then the consumer is answering. That's not top of mind. So whatever reaction within 5 seconds, that is spontaneous reaction that we have to consider top of mind. So most of the research people, what they UX researcher, what they do is we can when you take top of mind, we can take three baskets, three categories. Most of the people take two categories. That is reaction and then aided response. But what we suggest is we do is three baskets. That is reaction within 5 seconds, reaction after 5 seconds, then reaction while we prompt. So there are three categories we have to take while top of mind. Actually, reaction after prompt is not a big thing, but we are just analyzing whether that brand is familiar to that person. But reaction after 5 seconds is we can't consider as in a system one thinking, but it can it's coming within 5 seconds, take it as top of mind. That's a way we can move forward. The system two is based on depth interviews and system three. Okay. Okay, good. Good to see you again, and thank you so much. I hope I delivered a good presentation and you got a takeaways. Thanks a lot. See you again on next week. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. Today, I'm talking about 10 usability heuristics for UI design. So, this is not a guideline, but this is a thumb rule. It's a great thumb rules you can apply it in UI design, proposed by Jacob Nielsen. What we are talking today, I will explain about these 10 heuristics. This is a rule of thumb we can implement in UI design. Then how to implement in UI design. Then how the rules affect UX, because how these UI design rules going to affect the user experience. Then fourth one is how to audit against these rules, whether your UI design is perfectly matching with these rules or not. I'm Thomas. After this presentation, if you feel that you want to talk to me one-to-one, or if you want to talk to me privately, you can scan this QR code and fix an appointment. We can talk about how to listen a user, how to plan a project, how to execute a project, how to deploy, and how to measure user experience. So you are welcome to fix an appointment and talk to me. Also, if you like my presentation, or if you're fascinated with my presentation, you can like, share, and comment on this, and you can share to your friends and team. Coming back to our topic, 10 usability heuristics for UI design. The complete credit for this topic and my presentation goes to Jacob Nielsen, a great visionary in this field. He was a user advocate and principal of Nielsen Norman Group. He invented along with Donald Norman. So hats off to this visionary who gives these 10 heuristics for our day-to-day practice. Also, you can refer about his work in Wikipedia. What is first rule? Visibility of system status. The system should always keep users informed about what is going on through appropriate feedback within reasonable time. What it is? The system should be interactive with the user. User gives some instructions, then system is doing something. The user don't know what is happening inside the system. So these situations to be avoided. The system should always keep user informed that, okay, this is uploading, this is downloading or opening, or something is in progress. Maybe the process is within 1 second, you can avoid these type of updates. But if the process is more than 1 second, of course, if it's more than 2 seconds, you have to. Otherwise, a user feels that something wrong with the system, it's not responding. So avoid this type of uh, communication gap between user and the system. Always give the visibility of system status. Second rule, match between the system and the real world. So the system should speak the user's language. Whatever the language we are talking to the user, it should be in a user's language with words, phrases, and concepts familiar to the user, rather than system-oriented terms follow real-world conventions. So what it is? So whatever you are talking to a user, it should be in user's language with words, phrases, and concepts. Sometimes the programmers will give some system-oriented terms, so user can't understand it. Better to give the user's language. There's a rule number 2. Then coming to rule number 3, user control and freedom. Users often choose system functions by mistake and will need a clearly marked emergency exit to leave the unwanted state without having to go through an extended dialog, support, undo, redo, etc. So this rule explains we have to accommodate the behavior of the user will make mistakes. Most of the functions in your system or in your app, you will just click on it, maybe by mistake. So whenever user feels that it's by mistake, there should be emergency exit. For example, if you've done something and immediately the user notices that this is not the right way, the user has to undo it. So that's an emergency exit. So don't ask more questions or don't deviate from that situation. It's better to undo and go back to the previous state of the system. So user should have this freedom to do something. And if the user feels that I made a mistake, immediately go back to the previous state of the system. This is one of the important rules we have to implement while designing the UI. Then coming to the fourth rule, consistency and standards. Users should not have to wonder whether different words, situations, or actions mean the same thing, follow platform conventions. What it is. So you have to keep the standards in colors and words while communicating to the user. As I shown here, think about when you see a red color, something wrong in it. It's a universal accepted color for something wrong in it, or you have to stop. If the yellow, that's you have to be more vigilant, and green, that's a sign to go. So think about these colors, or even though you are using a color, don't use red color for stop in one frame, and in another side of the app, you may be using a violet color for stop or white color for stop. So you have to keep the colors and words. Sometimes people say that the programmers will say that, okay, remove. In another situation, programmer will say delete. Maybe the programmer's intention is to do the same action, but the user have a confusion. What is the difference between remove and delete? Avoid these type of inconsistent situations. Keep a standard, enter applications, and the situations, words, and colors to be in standard. Then fifth rule is error prevention. Even better than good error messages is carefully designed and which prevents a problem from occurring in the first place. Either eliminate error-prone conditions or check for them and present users with a confirmation option before they commit to the action. So even better than good error messages. That is, when you give a error messages, even better than good error messages is carefully designed and which prevents a problem from occurring in this first place. So think about error message before that, how to prevent that error. The best example is think about this password. When you create a new password, so you'll be taking the reconfirmation of the new password again. So user won't, if even the user make the mistakes, it will be, the program will take care of. So instead of giving the error later, looking the bank account numbers on a lot of critical situations, when we want to take the critical information, it's better to avoid errors, make some programming rules to avoid errors. So better than error message is better to carefully design to prevent the error. Then coming to sixth rule, recognition rather than recall. Minimize users' memory load by making objects, actions, and options visible. The user should not have to remember information from one part of the dialogue to another. Instructions for use the system should be visible and easily retrievable whenever appropriate. So accept the fact that user have very minimum memory. User can't memorize everything in his mind. Also, we should not insist user to memorize something. For example, a user is going to a work progress, is step by step he is doing something. So the program is moving from one form to another form or another one scene to another scene. So don't ask or don't take it granted that the user will remember what happened in the second stage. Now the user is in fifth stage. What happened in the second stage? So don't test this type of memory with the user. So it's better in the fifth stage, you have to give the progress and saying that this is happened in second stage or first stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage, and fifth stage. Now you are in fifth stage. These are major things happen in these stages. User should have that track. So it minimizes user's memory. So minimize user's memory load by making objects, actions, and options visible. That's one of the great rule that to keep in mind while developing UI. That's the seventh rule. Flexibility and efficiency of use. Accelerators, unseen by novice user, may often speed up the interactions for the expert user such that the system can cater both inexperienced and experienced users, allow users to tailor frequent actions. So what it is? The programmer will give or designer will give multiple options by keeping in mind that different levels of users can use options according to his own flexibility and his own efficient method. For example, input from two methods, or as you see in the video, the user can hold the handles or who control from two positions. So these type of inputs gives the efficiency for the user as well as the fast interaction with the user. That means the system can cater both any category of users. Maybe it's a fast user or some more flexibility given to the different type of users. So flexibility and efficiency of use. Then the next one is aesthetic and minimalist design. Dialogue should not contain information which is irrelevant or rarely needed. Every extra unit of information in a dialogue completes with the relevant unit of information and diminishes their relative visibility. Okay, your design should be minimalist and the interaction should be minimalist. So should contain minimum information. Whatever information you are adding, think that you are explaining it better, but actually when you add one more word or one more sentence to a clarification or a dialogue, it's making complexity in users' minds. According to the developer, it's explaining more and more, but when you add more information, it gives complexity to the confusion to the user because he's comparing what he's learning, he's taking the meaning of these first sentence, second sentence, and third sentence, and he has to compare and conclude. So it's better close the thing in minimalist way and avoid all irrelevant information. When you give extra unit of information, it should match, it should be an add-on to the first information you have given. Don't explain the first information again and again and again. Okay, so minimalist design. The ninth one, help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. Error message should be expressed in the plain language, not code. Precisely indicate the problem and constructive suggestion to the solution of selection of the solution. So what it is? So even though users will make errors, the error messages should be expressed in plain language, simple and minimalistic. But one important thing you have to keep in: don't make codes. So most of the time you get an error 404. How user knows this? What is 404? So avoid these type of interactions with user. User should have a clear error message and indicate the problem. At the same time, the designer should support the user to come out from that situation. So help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. Then the 10th one, help and documentation. Even though it is better if the system can be used without documentation, it may be necessary to provide help and documentation. Any such information should be easy to search, focus on the user's task, list concrete steps to be carried out, and not too large. Better you design UI without documentation. That is a perfect example. It should be self-explanatory, but it's very tough to reach that level by a UI designer because people are different concept. People conceive in a different way, so it's very difficult. Sometimes people need documentation and help. So when you provide help, when the designer provides help and documentation, it should be easy to search, focus on user's task, only give the information or documentation to the task, and clear cut steps to be carried. Don't give a big paragraph and everything. So clear cut, bullet point, or clear information features or bullet points, the steps, and it should not too large. So keep in mind that how to design your help and document. Maybe a tooltip, maybe a help document to be designed in a precise manner, target to the task, and clear. Okay, when we come to these 10 rules, 10 heuristics, visibility of system status. The second one is match between the system and the real world. Third is user control and freedom. Fourth is consistency and standards. Fifth is error prevention. Sixth is recognition rather than recall. Seventh is flexibility and efficiency of use. Eighth is aesthetic and minimalist design. Ninth is help user recognize, diagnose, and recover from the errors. Tenth is help and documentation. These 10 rules not only for digital design, apply in analog designs or hardware design also, because from hardware also user is interacting. So hardware also interacting with the user, with the interface. So whenever there is an interface, maybe in hardware or software, or in a complete physical product like an automobile or a mixie or a grinder or an oven, so look into the interface. Apply these rules. Whenever there is an interaction with the user and the equipment, there is an interface. If there is an interface, apply these rules. Okay? So don't think that this is only for digital or some website design or something. I'm not interested in that type of digital and limiting my explanation only to the digital product websites and programs. You can easily apply these rules. But look into a interface of your microwave. How we can apply these rules to that? That is more interesting. And how user interacting to the minimalist design or minimalist interface you are providing in a microwave. Apply these rules. There also user is interacting. User should get clarity on what is happening inside. Then implement in UI design. So how we can implement these UI? Okay, these rules are good. We can keep in mind, but we have to implement also. How we can implement in UI design? One thing you have to keep in mind while the design stage itself, you have to make sure that these tools are applied. What I mean is, while you design the screens, so include these screens, which is for confirmation or which is more communication or for clarity or undo, whatever it may be. You have to design these. The designer has to design these screens also. You can see in my screen the first home screen, then go to my account, then take the logout. There is a confirmation. So confirmation is taking from the user while logout. Most of the UI designers, what they do, they will give this screen, home screen, then the last screen. Better to design complete interaction in UI design stage itself. Whatever may be the interaction, maybe it's opening a file, you are showing a progress bar, while closing a file, you are showing a confirmation message, while deleting a confirmation message. So whatever the icons you are using, whatever the communication method you are trying to do, should design in the UI design stage itself. Don't let the backend programmer or the front-end programmer later to implement these things. So it's a UI designer's duty to do that. No, but what I noticed with the UI designers, they will give the first screen, second screen, and third screen, then say that their design is complete. No, it should be as equal as the front end of the program, front end of the interface, which is working in the real time. So you have to design with proper colors, proper layout, proper flow. Maybe you can use Figma or Adobe XD or UI SAG for these type of things. And it should be, the design also should be interactive. It should not be in just five screens you draw in a Photoshop or some type the static level. So UI design should be in dynamic level, and it should be confirmed or should be developed by the UI designer in an interactive form. That is the first step you have to implement in UI designing stage itself. So it's very easy to implement these tools. Then, of course, according to my experience, UI designer will make mistakes. They won't consider this tool. They will just say, okay, log out, okay, logged out. Log in, okay, it's logged in. Delete, okay, that's fine. Delete. Product designer, oh, another person who can cross-check the UI design. That is an important step you have to follow in UI design stage. You have to cross-check the design against these rules, whether all the rules are implemented. When there is a delete, okay, whether it's a confirmation is there. When there is an upload, whether the progress bar is there. When there is an error, is a message is clear. And you should not, better not to engage a programmer to test this. Better not to engage a UI designer to test it. Better a product designer, or better you avoid a product tester to do this. What we suggest is, go to the field and test your design with targeted users. Product. So that user, you are designing the product by keeping in mind that this category of people is going to use product. So better go to field and test your design in all aspects of these user interface and these rules. So designed to be tested. So you can test internally, then go to field and test. So this is one of the important stage. You have to do the design testing with the targeted users. You can keep all statistical principles in while designing, while testing it. Look into these rules. These rules creates user experience. Look again to these rules. Visibility of system status, match between the system and real world, user control and freedom, consistency and standards, error prevention, recognition rather than recall, flexibility and efficiency, aesthetic and minimalist design, help users recognize, help and document. Think about these rules. These rules are actually the triggers or catalyst for the user experience. Whatever the user experience is developing in his mind, in the user's mind, based on these rules, because these are the rules coming out, or these are the rules to be implemented with the user interface, and user interface is interacting with the user. While these interaction, the experience is created. So if only the experience is good when the interaction is best, or interaction is without any gap. With interaction is without any gap or without any confusion. So then the user experience otherwise, if the interaction is having a gap, or if the user interaction is confusing, then user always will be having the bad opinion about the product, even though the product is giving the results, because result is one factor, but the end results is not only the factor gives good user experience, because user always know that this end result, but the interaction before the end results with the system, that gives user experience, that gives the value to the level of user experience. For example, if you're traveling in an airline, you know that the airline will reach the destination. You are 100% confident on that, otherwise you won't enter to that plane. So you're 100% confident that the plane will reach the destination. That is the end result. But that will have very minimal effect to the user experience, or the level of user experience created in user's mind, or how are you satisfied with the airline asking to the passengers, are you satisfied? Mark it in 0 to 1, 0 to 10. How are you satisfied with our performance? Whether user is considering that is destination, you reach the destination, is that fact? Maybe you had to reach in time. That may be one fact. What the food you are serving it, how you cater the passenger when there is a request. These things are count in user experience, because user will judge the product based on a lot of factors, not only with core factors. The core factor, yeah, you have to reach the destination, but core factor is a minimum effect, having a minimum effect in the user experience. Look into the enhancing factors or love factors, that or neural factors, even for a king, will be the compound divided or separated, so I can get the balance. So account is meant for that. Every user knows that. So the credit or debit won't give any trigger for the user experience in user's mind. But how you interact with the user while he is asking what is my balance, while he look into the site of the bank, how it is interacting, and how it is giving the messages, how it is reacting when when the when the banking app is reacting to the user with this message. These gives better user experience, or these are the main triggers to get better user experience. Otherwise, you judge on what basis user recommend your product to others. You know the NPS. So when you count the NPS, Net Promoter Scores, on what basis user recommend your product to others? Not based on the result, because result is branded. User have no doubt on it. If you, but it should be there. If you are not giving the results, the entire thing collapse. But actually, the result is granted. The user experience, the recommendation of your product to his friends and colleagues is based on the interaction or the level of interaction or how close you are with the user. So then look into these rules. These rules give clarity how to design an interaction. Okay, the next step is after launching the product. So after design, you develop the product according to the design. The programmer will develop the product according to the design, then launch the product. After that, whether user will use it. That's the first question. Will user be able to locate the control for the action? So when the user needs an action, whether user can locate how to do, or what are the steps to do, what are the controls, or what are the buttons to do that action, whether user can locate it easily, then will the control user found help them to reach the goal they want? Will these controls give the clarity and saying clearly to the user that this control will reach you to what you need? For example, I want to delete a file, whether this button reach the, so that means you have to clearly explain that on that button itself. Or you have to use some icons, maybe high temperature, low temperature. This is very much limited when you design an interface or equipment, because you have very limited space to do that. Mobile app or your website, you have a lot of space, but actually think about interface in microwave or interface in mixie or your dishwasher. So you have a very limited space. Think about a automobile, think about a dashboard of a car, or think about the panel in a bike, motorbike. So you have very limited space when you use the physical controls. If it's a digital control, of course, you have more space. Think about the digital control, very minimal. So whether these buttons they found will help them reach the goal they want. And will the interface provide the understandable feedback for the user after each action? So when they execute that action, whether the interface is the understandable, okay, this is running, or this is moving, or something like that. So these are the four important questions you have to gather from the user and or evaluator while doing the UX audits. So I already released a video on this more detail how to do these walkthroughs. So you can refer my old videos. So I'm not going deep into these steps. because these are one of the main steps how to analyze user experience. So based on these questions, you will get information from users, then collect that information according to the statistical principles. So you can invite a lot of users for that and test it. Then evaluate these information you gathered from the users during UX audit. Evaluate against these rules. These 10 rules you have to keep in mind, or in more statistical terms, you can keep it as a hypothesis, or you have to keep it as an objective of the project and develop hypothesis based on these rules. Visibility is not proper in system. For user control and freedom is not up to the mark. Like that, you can develop a lot of hypotheses and test the information or check the information you gather from the users against this hypothesis. That's a way to evaluate. So you have to apply the rules in the design stage, then develop the product and with the interface, then launch the product. After launching, you have to do the UX audit, and this information you gathered from UX audit to be tested against this. Then convince that you have to convince that this is properly followed, and you can release the final product after beta testing. Okay, so what are the takeaways? The great 10 rules for UI design. Visibility of system status. Second one is match between the system and the real world. Third is user control and freedom. Fourth is consistency and standards. Fifth is error prevention. Sixth is recognition rather than recall. Seventh is flexibility and efficiency of use. Eighth is aesthetic and minimalist design. Ninth is help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. 10th is help and documentation. So these rules you have to keep in mind like a 10 commandments in Bible. So as a UI designer, you have to keep these 10 rules always in front of you while designing it. As a product designer, keep these rules in mind while testing the product and before releasing the product. And also, you have to keep these rules when you develop the next version of the product. Technology will be changing, so the interface may be changing, interaction methods will be changing, but you have to audit with these rules. Think about your translations in a message in UI, or what is the type of sentence you are using. Maybe it's a graphical form or is in the text form with colors. So look to whatever components you have in your user interface. Audit them with these rules. Thank you so much. Again, I give credit to the great visionary Jacob Nielsen, who proposed these 10 great principles for interaction design. Also, you can scan this QR code if you want to talk to me about any of the stages, how to listen. How to plan a project, how to execute a project, how to deploy a project, and how to measure user experience. Okay, thank you again for your time. Questions? Of course, you can ask any questions. Welcome to my presentation. Today I'm talking about Hi, welcome to my presentation for this week. Today I am talking about being a UI designer, how to convert UX findings to UI design. So last week we talked about how to listen to users, and this week we are talking about how to convert UX findings after listening the users to UI design. So converting UX findings to UI design. I'm just briefing what we had last week. UX findings. We started with 5 Ws, that why we had to hear users, whom to listen, when we had to listen, where we had to listen, and what we have to listen. These are the basic questions we discussed last week. Then we concluded to SWOT analysis, that the strength, opportunities, threats, and weaknesses of the information we gathered from users. So these are the findings we had after listening. Today we are talking about how to plan a UX design, a UI design project from UX findings. So how to plan before designing? Before designing means before you execute the design in colors and shapes. How to plan to start the UI design. So that is a bridge between UX findings and UI design. Most of the UI designers are not following these steps because they start design without analyzing much on UX findings. But today we are talking about how to plan. All my presentations are based on innovation journeys. So innovation journey starts with empathizing idea, sketching concept, then moving to designing look and feel, then rapid prototyping, evaluating MVP, and market feedback. UI design come into force in designing look and feel and rapid prototyping. This is a total innovation journey of a product. That means normally the company with the product owner or the product development team will follow this innovation journey. UI is a part of product design. So user interface design comes with designing look and feel and rapid prototyping. These are the major areas we are talking about UI design. Inside that, you can talk about idea, concept, and everything, but in a total product journey, product innovation journey, UI design is a is talking about designing look and feel and rapid prototyping of the product. So this is a total innovation journey. I will always advocate open innovation journeys. In UI and UX design, so the steps you can hear from me is listening, designing, developing, deploying, and measuring. Today we are talking about plan the designs. If you want to talk to me one-to-one, or you want to talk to me as a separate meeting, you can scan this QR code and fix an appointment. Of course, you are permitted to share this presentation to your team and refer it for future use. Okay, coming back to our topic. The first step you have to do is defining targeted personas. So you have a lot of information you collected about the users. As we discussed, there to the person. Also, after talking to the person, you are reconfirming the segmentation. Then, based on that, define the targeted personas. This is very simple. Who is going to use your product? How you can define that person? Define the user. On what basis you have to define? As I said earlier, you have the basic target, that's the demographic profiles, geographic profiles, psychographic profiles, behavioral, and usage. These are the basic 5 segmentation methods. Based on that, you define or categorize the users. Then we have to define personas. How we can define personas? Think about, take one person, maybe a male or female, according to your definition. Examples of personas: 25 to 30 years of age, from Singapore, is an innovator, he is using the product, value for money, and medium user. That is one profile you are targeting, who will become the user of your product. Then 30 to 35 years, Delhi, early adopter, using it for status symbol, and heavy user. Then 35, 40 years, Singapore, early majority, value for money. Like that, as an example, I defined 6 personas who is going to use this product. After UX findings and based on the segmentation, you can define, these are the definition of people or definition of users is going to use this called the persona. Persona is a marketing term. You can say another word called regression model. If you're a statistician, you'll be using regression models. But so otherwise, you can use it as a social representation or society representation, or whatever it may be. We can call it as persona. That's a good marketing term. So we can define one persona, that is, you are defining the product for the entire community. There is only one persona. So any person at any age, in any category, or any geographic region can use this product. But it's very difficult to design that type of product. It's not advisable. It's not possible. Nobody will, it won't market like that. So it will be automatically categorized towards one category of 1 or 2 categories of social segmentations. Better define these segmentation while the design stage itself. So define the personas. And how many personas you have to define? It's better to have 6 to 10. Not more than that. If it's more than 10, it will be very complex. It's very hard to differentiate between personas. So it's better 6 to 10. That is better for the easiness of an analysis and design. Okay, so you should have a clarity on where this product is targeted and whom this product is targeted. Then define. If you are targeting your product only to one city, still you can define the personas based on demographies and attitudes. A lot of things are there. After defining the personas, what you had to do? Do UX analysis for each persona, because you had a lot of information and you got UX findings after talking to different users. Do UX analysis. You can analyze the findings. Maybe you can use the same SWOT analysis, or if you are more interested or you need more information, you can do statistical analysis. But do this analysis for each persona you define. You may be defined 6 personas or 3 personas, but you have to do the analysis and rank it based on each persona. You can do the SWOT analysis with ranking. I always advocate graphical tools for this type of analysis. I am savvy with all these graphical tools, but some people are not interested in graphical tools. They can use the tables and information. That's okay. But according to me, the graphical tools are more precise and more clear to the information and findings. That's why I use graphical tools, because when you play something at this point, it's very clear that it's between 2 scales. So it need not explain. So when you write some sentence, so again the reader has to apply his mind and conclude. But in the graphical tools, it's very easy. That's why you always use graphical tools. We are using a lot of tools like that. This is called idea compass. You can do the analysis based on sort analysis with ranking and user perspectives. Okay, do these type of tools or use your own tools and do UX analysis for each persona. Then finalize the UX analysis with product designer. That's one of the important steps the UI designer has to follow, because as I said earlier, UI design is a part of product design. So product designer is having a deep knowledge about the product, about the target, about the objective of the product. So at all the stages or each milestone is better to discuss with product designer and finalize. Because the UI designer won't have the total perspective of the product, because UI designer is limiting to user interface. But product designer is not like that. It's talking about macro level and micro level analysis of the product. So how to design a product is a little bit different from how to design a UI, because UI is just a part of the product. Okay, so finalize these UX analysis you have done for each persona with product designer. That's one of the important steps you have to follow as a UI designer. While analysis, of course, you have to avoid these two conditions, two views of the analysis, or two biases. One of the important bias you will fall into is Ikea effect. What it is? Ikea effect is very simple. We always feel that our creation is great. We love it more if we made it. And we argue with that. Okay, what I designed is better. Why should we conduct UX research? I already designed it. That was better. This approach is called Ikea effect. This is named after the great company called Ikea, because they developed the product within a knockdown form. You had to purchase the components and assemble it in a knockdown form. So Ikea effect is basically confirmation bias. Human opinion is always biased. It's not neutral. If you argue, say that I am a neutral person, no, I won't believe it. That is not possible. You have your own opinion, I have my own opinion. All human findings are biased. So look into these two bias, that's Ikea effect and confirmation bias. You always keep in mind that this bias is there in your findings. When you argue with other person, this bias is there. I feel that whatever I develop is great. And look into this data. There are a lot of people are saying that. Maybe 25% people are saying that, maybe 25% people are saying the other way. Still, I will highlight the 25% people's opinion and say that my opinion is correct. This is human. How to nullify these bias? I already done a video and article on this. What are the different type of bias affecting an analyst and affecting a designer? Whatever human being making an opinion, you will come across these bias. I already done article on it. You can refer my LinkedIn profile for this. I'm not going deep into that, but you have to feel that there is a bias called the Ikea effect and confirmation bias, which is making your opinion and your judgment away from the neutral judgment or real representation of the society. Okay, coming to the next step. After you design or after you analyze the UX design, and based on that findings, you are going to start UI design. The next step is interaction design. So based on these findings, you have to design the interaction. That is what you are doing in the UI. So before doing as a UI design, you have to plan that interaction. How to do that? I propose a model. This is called design blueprint. This is a theoretical model. What it shows? There are different stages like line of internal interaction, line of user visibility, line of user interaction. These are the three main stages. So what it is? Look into this word line of user interaction. Above than this, user will interact. What are the stages user will interact? User actions. User will act something on the interface. Maybe increasing the temperature or decreasing the temperature. There's a user actions. Visual evidence. When you increase the temperature, user has to see the evidence, what is happened to the temperature. Or is showing that something is coming from green to yellow and yellow to red, or something you have to give as a visual evidence. So these two stages are line of user interaction. Again, based on that evidence, user will react, maybe decrease the temperature again. Okay, for example, if you are printing a document, you click on print, then you can see that printing is going on. So user has the option to cancel. Okay. These are the two stages, visual evidence and user actions. That's about the line of user interaction. Then line of user visibility. So whatever above, what the steps above than this line of user visibility, user can see, that is front end. So first user is seeing front end, then the user is acting on front end. So user's line of visibility, that's called line of visibility. From this point, user can see. What are the points under that line of internal interaction? What is happening in the back end? It's called back end. What is happening in the back end? That is a line of internal interaction that user can't see. For example, if user is changing a knob and increasing the temperature, he changed the knob. He's using the knob as a front end. He's changing the knob. Then he can see the temperature is increasing. But what is happening behind that knob? What is electronic or electronic control which is acting based on the user action? That's called backend, the line of internal interaction, how it is giving the command to the the process. It's called backend. Then under that command, there is a support process. Then there is a electronic process which is happening to increase temperature or decrease the temperature. Think about this digital product. You can see a interface that is front end, and on front end user is giving a command, for example user login. So it's typing the username and password and saying that your login failed. So you are showing the evidence. Then user actions, front end. Think about what is happening in the back end. It's giving the command or checking the username or checking the what he typed as a username and password. That's called backend process. Then it's checking with the database. So mainly support process is happening in the backend and with the database. So this is a design blueprint for any design you can follow. Always be vigilant of user interaction, line of user visibility, line of internal interaction. Okay. As I said earlier, think about any product. It may be a digital product or physical product. This model is same. For physical product also, there is a line of interaction, line of visibility, and line of inner. Look into the dashboard of a car, or your microwave, or your dishwasher. Also, you can look into a banking app you have in your mobile. So, so what are the different stages? Visual evidence, user actions, front end, back end, support process. Okay, as a UI designer, you you are talking about these three stages more specifically, or you're concentrating on these three stages. But as a product designer, you will look into all these stages, but mainly the UI designer looking to front end, user actions, and visual evidence. Whatever you have, UX analysis, you group against each persona. You can again classify each persona and do the front end user actions and visual evidence. Why we have to do that? Because you already defined that there are 6 personas or 3 personas. According to you, there are these personas are your targeted users. Whether we need any difference, or whether we have to provide any difference in the front end, or the front end is based on the user actions. If there's any difference in the user actions based on this persona, this part you have to plan. Don't think that you can define a product globally for all the personas can interact with your product in a same way. That is not possible. So that's the reason you defined UI with personas, or based on the UX, you define UI planning with personas. So there may be a change based on personas. So you have to do the blueprint based on personas. This is an example I'm showing. So what are the things we will be designing in this blueprint? Features and business scenarios. What are features? For each component, there is a feature. For example, increase, decrease, or click, or print, or so not print, click, or copy. These are called features. On, off. So these are the features of the component. What is business scenarios? A process which is executed by user. For example, login. Login is a business scenario. So you have to type username, you have to type the password, then click on login. It will say that login success or login fail. Right? So the entire process. Like that, when you take print, click on print, then you'll ask how many pages you need, then what is the paper size, then again, okay, then it will print. So that's scenario, business scenario. So both you have to, in both cases, you have to prepare blueprint. Actually, you are preparing blueprint for business scenarios with features. So each business scenario you can define, you can personas. So you categorize the blueprint based on personas, then define features and business scenarios for the front end and user actions and visual evidence. Take you some examples like login, starting a car. What are the components they will look into the, so that's a process of starting the car. Like that, any digital product or digital product or physical product, you can define these blueprints based on personas. Then you will get this type of table or this type of arranged form of information for features and business scenarios. You can see that support process, then back end, front end, user action, visual evidence for each personas. So then you find that you need to front end for these 6 personas. You may need UI findings and analysis, sorry, UX findings and analysis, and preparing the blueprints. It depends on you. Maybe this front end, anyway, the back end and the process is same, but only the still the front end is different. That is based on user experience. Why we do these two front end? Because if you define like this, the front end is more close to the satisfaction level of that persona. Persona means representing your targeted users. These category of users are more close to this front end experience. This category of people are more close to this front end experience. But how you can? Okay, what you have to do is while doing the login or while taking while starting the product, you can take this type of information and differentiate. It's very easy in digital because anyway you are logging in, so the logging information is already there, that the user is already registered, you know that the persona, that's a user profile. So start with that front end. That's very easy in digital product, but in uh, other one, that is physical product, is little bit difficult. Still, you can ask for some questions. Shall we start in a basic mode, or shall we start this youngsters mode, or shall we start with the elders mode? That type of questions you can ask, then start. Within one question, you can easily analyze user needs. So that's one method in physical products. But most of the companies know which are their major categories, so they avoid the other category of people. For example, you take about the premium cars. They won't design anything for the youngsters because they know that the youngsters are not the right category to buy their car because it's very costly. Uh, so youngsters may not have that type of financial capabilities to buy a Mercedes or BMW premium series. So whatever you can see in that car is always designed for the medium or not for youngsters, middle class, middle age, or elders, or senior citizens also. But actually, middle level and always they design for about 30 years. That way you can categorize your product. Still, you can develop a product for this persona and for youngsters persona separately, and develop another product for elders separately. That's a strategy companies are following. But in digital product, it's very easy to change the front end. But in physical product, mostly the engine will be same or the process will be same, but the look and feel and the interfaces will be changed based on the models. This model is for youngsters, this model is for elders, like that. Okay, so why a product designer or UI designer also to design or keep vigilant on these factors is that user interface you designed is more close to the user experience of that targeted users. So when you give the user experience close to the targeted users, the satisfaction level is according to the design level or expected level, then which will contribute to the marketing. So design the personas and define the front end. You can define whether you need one front end and two front end based on regions or based on demographic profiles or other definitions that you had to decide with your product owner. Okay, next is document it based on personas. Keep in mind, we not started UI design till now, so you have to prepare. You have to plan the designing process, UI designing process based on personas, that UX findings analyzed based on personas, and blueprints are prepared based on personas that document the front end process. This gives more clarity on what you are going to design. Think now you are going to design for different personas, same product front end for different personas. This is a crucial decision you have to take at this point. Okay, UI design is an art backed by science that you have to keep in your mind. You should have the artistic capabilities and analytical capabilities, both you need. And how you can merge these two aspects, the artistic capabilities and analytical capabilities based on science. How perfectly you can merge these two factors gives the best UI design. So if you don't have these capabilities, this is not your area. You can look for the programming, backend, process design, lot of other areas you can be excellent. As a UI designer, you should merge science with art, and you should have a highest level of visualizing capabilities because you are going to design the product, you interface. So you should have the highest level of visualization. If you are lacking these aspects, you can't visualize analytical way and artistic way and merge. If you think that you have a great capabilities to visualize or you can't visualize, based on that you decide your profession. But if you feel that you are not a good visualizer, then better leave this area and look into more work like programming, backend, process design, etc. Because why I'm saying that now people use a great thing, not everyone, of course, everyone can do the UI design. Engineers is not the right people to UI design because engineers have on most of the engineers have the analytical mind. They won't have the artistic mind. The artistic people is the right person because they have the artistic mind that engineers should support. So it's better to have a UI design team with front-end person and artist. They can jointly work. It will be a perfect UI design. Otherwise, you should have, as a UI designer, if you are an individual, you should have this. Otherwise, you can't produce good UI designs. Being an individual, this is very difficult. So I notice a lot of UI designers is just doing the artistic work with good colors and good shapes and everything. That's okay. They never look into the analytical side of that. They never do the UX research, and they won't do these type of process analysis and user action planning, etc. They do just artistic work. A lot of engineers I know, they will just design the front end with some process, but it may not be fascinated or it won't have the emotional attachment with users. So artistic work is the emotional attachment with users. So you have to merge with artistic work with science. Art and science to be merged in a perfect way to get good UI design. Okay. That's all. What are the takeaways? Define personas based on UX findings. Analyze UX based on personas. Analyze UX based on personas. Develop design blueprint based on personas. Document it. The takeaway is very simple. Define personas, analyze UX based on personas, develop design blueprint based on personas, then document. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching my presentation. I hope I give a proper step on how to plan before starting the UI design. Still, we not started designing with paint and brush. So how to convert UX findings to UI design? Why I take it as a separate step? Because most of the UI designers bypassing this step, some people just listen to users and start designing. Some people won't design to users, start designing, but listen to users, plan your design based on personas, and do the designing work. So how to convert UX findings to UI design? That's what I explained step by step. Hope you are clear on these steps. Very simple. Design the personas, do the blueprint based on personas. You always keep that in your mind. This is the user is going to use your product. A illiterate woman from a village is going to use my banking app. The interface I am designing for the banking app. A professional is going to use my banking app. A youngster is going to use my banking app. A elder is going to use a banking app. So in that way, you have to define the personas and finalize front end and UI based on these personas. Thank you so much. So the two steps completed, how to listen to users and how to convert UX findings to UI design. Next week, I will come to the next step. Questions? Hello, welcome to my presentation. Today we are talking about how to listen to users. More specifically, if I am a UI designer, how to listen to my users. That is, the user is going to use the product on which I design the interface. So, how to listen to users? That's a very simple question in front of us. You can hear from me today about listening users and why we should design, why we should listen to users and whom to listen, then when we have to listen, where we have to listen, and what we have to listen. As a UI designer, why I should listen to users, whom to listen, when I should listen, and where and what. So this is very simple model I am following. It's called 5Ws. The model is called 5Ws. So very easily we can analyze or we can interpret the context. I'm Thomas. I talk about innovation journeys. So innovation journey starts with empathizing ideas, sketching concept, designing look and feel, rapid prototyping, evaluating MVP, and market feedback. These are the main stages of innovation journey. You can hear from me how a UI designer and how a UX research to be conducted, uh, how a UI designer to work on each stages. Today specifically, I'm talking about the listening. I'll talk about listening, design, development, deployment, and measure. Today we talk about listening. I hope you will be enjoying my presentation. I expect your likes or comments and share to your group and send to your friends. That's up to you, but you are free to do that. What is innovation journey? As I said earlier, innovation journey have 6 steps. Empathizing idea. So ideas to be conceived from users. The empathizing idea, sketching concept, then develop that idea into a concept. Then concept will be moved to look and feel stage. Then the look and feel will be developed to the prototype. Then prototype developed to minimum viable product. Then launch the product and market. These are the important stages or milestones of innovation journey. How as a UI designer it is connecting to you, or how a innovation journey is syncing with UI design steps. So empathizing idea, of course, it's an ideation of a UI designer, ideation step. As a UI designer, you have to make up your idea, and it's called ideation process. You may be thinking about different ideas and something to be rejected, something to be modified, then final come to a final idea. Then wireframing. So sketching concept is as same as wireframing. So you can wireframe your idea, that your concept, what you have in your mind, and you can develop it as a skeleton form. Then this wireframe is developed towards mockup. That is more look and feel, the colors, shapes, everything will be finalizing. So it's called mockup stage. Then from mockup, we can, as a UI designer, you can develop UI designs, the interactive designs you can develop. That's a prototype stage. Then prototype is slowly developed towards minimum viable products. That means the front end designer also, or some programming aspects you can do to you can do to your prototyping. Then it comes to a minimum viable product stage. That's also a UI design stage. Then the front end developer will develop, or the back end developer will support the front end developer. Then the product is launched. After launching the product, UI designer can do a real time UX research. That is from market. It is already launched to the market and can take feedback from the users about their experience. So this is the perfect syncing of stages of UI design with the innovation journey. So ideation process, wireframing, mockup, UI design prototype, then UI design as a MVP, then real-time UX. Okay, as I said here, the first question starts. Why UI designers listen to users? According to my experience, most of the UI designers starts from intuition. They have an idea in a fine morning and they start designing. Or they understand the product from the product owner, then they got an idea, they start designing. This is the step most of the UI designer starts with. I'm not finding fault with that step, but this is a human habit. We have a lot of ideas. Being a designer, I know that you have a lot of ideas. You are a creative person, so you have a lot of ideas. Of course, you are you will be starting with your own idea, but that idea is just your intuition, your opinion, or your view on the product, how it should work. But as a human habit, all humans feel that their idea is great. This is a problem you have to tackle. Everyone feels that their idea is great. In fact, the idea is great only for that person who is proposing that idea. For others, it's not a great idea. May or may not be. Mostly, it won't be a great idea because that person also have an idea on that product or on that context. So your idea is great only for you, not for others. You have to understand, as a UI designer, you have to understand that situation. So don't say that your idea is a great idea. And in a commercial perspective, an idea is a great idea only after success. Because as Thomas Alva Edison said, I invented 10,000 inventions without no use. He feels that these are great ideas. That's the reason the great visionary and scientist invented a lot of things. But nobody is using it. So we can't consider it as a great idea. The community won't consider it as a great idea. So Edison said that that's a failure. So 10,000 failed ideas, then you may be reaching a successful idea. So don't think that your idea is great. That's one of the wrong perceptions the UI designers have. And don't argue that your idea is great. So you have idea, that's good. What we had to do as a UI designer, what a UI designer has to do with an idea. Because when a UI designer understand the product, there are a lot of ideas come to the UI designer's mind, and they will start with one idea or they conclude to one idea. But still don't think that that's a great idea. What we have to do as a UI designer, talk to users with the idea before design stage. Talk to users with your idea and reach consensus of ideas. Take the ideas from users. Take their views on your idea from users. Take the extension of your ideas from users. Then take different viewpoints on your idea. Maybe you can present multiple ideas to users and compare, rank your ideas, and compare and finalize, or you can take add-ons to your ideas, then reach a consensus of ideas. Then finalize your idea. Then you can lead this exercise, but don't dominate on this exercise. So all people have their own ideas. So present your idea and listen to the users and reach consensus. That is the reason why UI designer listen to users. It may be in any stage, the ideation stage or wireframing stage, mockup stage, prototype stage, or MVP stage, or the testing stage. You have to talk to users and take their ideas to that stage and conclude. That is very important. So that's the reason I'm saying that don't feel that your idea is great. The company has to implement your idea. Don't take this type of wrong stand in designing. Then the next question comes: whom should UI designer listen to? Okay, you already decided to listen to users with your ideas or with your design, but whom to listen? I have a practical thought on this. You can divide the listeners to two groups. One is the internal circle, another is external circles. What is internal circles? Internal circles you can form inside the company or inside the organization. That may be the production department or costing department or compliance or other departments in the company. So R&D people or different people you can talk to. So you can prepare, you can formulate these type of circles inside the organization. Other categories, external circles. External circles you can divide into two categories, mainly two subcategories, mainly non-users and users. Non-users means the group of people who is not using the product. Maybe you are developing a banking app. There are a lot of users. They may not use banking app. They are maybe following their own way, or they need not require that. So that's called non-users. Then they say they need, I need not require that app. So that's non-users. So talk to them and get their views why they need not require. Okay. The other category is users. Users again we can subdivide into competitors users, your own consumers, then substitution users. Competitors users means the other brands already in the market who is using the other brand. Talk to them. The users who is using the competitor brands, talk to them. Customers, the customers of the of our company or your own company. Maybe if you are doing the UI design for the first version, you may not have customers. Still, you can talk about customers of the other products of your company, or you can avoid that group. But actually, it's better go to the customers who is using other products from your company because you can talk about their views and their brand loyalty, lot of things. Then substitution users. Who are substitution users? Substitution users are the users who is using some method to reach the same objective. He may not be using competitors' products or your own products. Your own products means for on same objective. If you are you're designing for the version 2, you already have customers and competitors customers, but the users not using both products, but they have their own way to reach the same objective. For example, in a banking situation, he may not be using banking app, but he's engaging his sibling or his parents or his kids to do the transaction in that tab. So that is called a substitutional uses, because he needs or he use it, actually is using it in a different way. Your product is not used by you, or your competitor's products is not used by that person. Still, he is reaching the objective in some other methods. That is called substitution uses. The objective is met by some other methods. Non-users means they're not at all using that. This is the difference between non-users and substitution users. So you can develop these type of circles, define these type of circles, and you can form these type of circles inside the organization and outside the organizations. Then segment these groups, the members in that group, to different segments. How you can do the segmentation? The scientific methods of segmentation we can apply, that is demographic segmentation. Demographic segmentation is based on LSM, the living standard measurement, or SEC social economic classification. So in demographic segmentation, we mainly talk about income, age, occupation, and education. Divide the group into these segments. Then geographic segments, which country the users belongs to, or city or region. And third is psychographic segmentation. It depends on this lifestyle, that is traditional lifestyle or modern lifestyle. Then attitude. Attitude is one of the important things. You can, of course, you can follow adoption curves. There is innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggards. Segment the users to these categories. What are the categories? Innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, laggards. Innovators is the people who grab the new product immediately to try. It's called innovators. Early adopters, they will use the product, they need the product in the first phase. The adopters, early adopters, then early majority. After the adopters, they will use over when after they feel that the product is successful in the community, they will start using its early majority. Then late majority, they will be using in the downside, or they'll be using when the product gets saturated. After saturation in the market, they will use the late majority. Then laggards, they were so that's the attitude of different people. So you have to find the attitude of the people by using screening methods. Then group these people into psychographic segmentation. Then behavior segmentation talk about benefits and occasions. Benefits is maybe user is thinking about what is the benefit of this. Life schedule. So these are the benefits the user is looking for. Then occasions, maybe office, home, leisure, or different occasion. This is a behavior of the people who is used behavior of the people who is using in the community that you had to divide the users into these categories. Then usage. That is mainly talk about usage rates, the heavy user, medium user, light user. The awareness, the product awareness or brand awareness. So these are the segmentation. Why I am explaining all these five segmentations? If you apply these five segmentation, we call it as 360-degree segmentation. That is, you covered all the aspect of the society, and you can divide the groups into these 360-degree segmentations. So that means when you talk to a user, that user represent from the cross section of these segmentations. So when you select users from all cross sections, it will be a complete view from the community. Still think you may be thinking about my product is not for the entire society. That's correct. No company in the world can develop a product for the company. entire community. Look into any product or any level of company, maybe Google or Apple or Facebook, still that is not common. That is not a common product for the entire community. Look into the more generalized product. Maybe you can say phone. Phone is common to all. That maybe. I'm not saying maybe because there are only maximum 90% people can use phone. There are a lot of categories of people, they are not using the phone, they need not require phone. That's okay. Still, phone is such a common product. Still, look into the brand. They can't develop phone for the entire phone users, a particular category of people. When you take the particular category of people, it comes to the demographic or geographic or psychographic or behavioral or usage based. So find your users or define your users to whom you are, as a UI designer, for whom you are designing this. You should have a clarity on your mind. This UI is going for a illiterate person from a developing country, or this is going to a educated person in a developing country, or think that my product is a very regional product, or still your product is limited to only one city, still you can divide the city into the north, south, east, west, and center. So then in that way you can divide, then apply the demographic segmentation. After applying demographic and geographic segmentation, apply psychographic and behavior and usage segmentation. Without segmentation, it's not advisable to meet people. You may say that I can just go to a casual way of talking to person in a street or in a public place and talk. Okay, that is allowed. But while discussing like that, you have to collect the information about these factors and for the analysis purpose, categorize that person to a segment. Because when you go to street, you may be talking to a kid, you may be talking to an elder, you may be talking to a male, you may be talking to a female, or you may be talking to a highly educated, less educated person. So while discussing, you have to categorize because these factors counts the opinion and the decision process of the user, their viewpoints. So if that opinion or the idea is coming from the targeted users you have or targeted users you define, that is very valuable opinion because you are going to meet them after releasing the product. So the targeted users, maybe if you are talking about version 2, the existing users and competitor users, that's called targeted users. And non-users, still it's a targeted users. Substitution, still it's a targeted user. But which category or which segment of the society you design the UI, that means the product designer already designed for that particular category. The product is designed for that particular category. So your design, UI design also synchronized with that category of people from that society. Do not need not generalize. No product can generalize into that level. Look into the big companies, even though they have the same brand, still they are changing the UI for continents or country wise. Maybe the technology is same, still they are changing the UI for regions. So don't think that anybody can contribute to my UI design. I will follow. No, you need not follow like that. You have a specific objective for the product, that this product is going to meet the requirement of this category of people. That can talk to them. Okay. The next question is, when should UI designers listen? Okay, you as a UI anything, I can listen anytime. Okay, any time is okay, but in what stage of UI designs? You have to listen. Of course, as I said, explain, these are the main stages of UI design process. Each stage, you have to listen to users. The ideations process. You have to listen to your users, the segmented or targeted users after segmentation. You define the segmentation, then find the people or find the people and categorize them to a particular segment. The ideation stage, you have to talk to that targeted users and compare with ideas and finalize. Then you develop the wireframe before concluding the wireframe. You have to talk to the internal users, internal circles, then external circles, then complete the wireframe. Then develop to mockup. Do the same process. Talk to external or internal users. Complete the mockup. Then develop to prototype design. user interface design as a prototype. Talk to people. That MVP, when the UI is developed to the MVP stage, minimum viable product stage. Talk to users. Then complete the design and launch the product. After launching, again you have to talk to the users to get the real-time user experience. So based on the real-time user experience, you can develop next versions. So every stage, ideation, wireframing, mockups, prototyping, MVP, and real product. Every stage you have to talk. Users. How many times you have to talk to your users according to your satisfaction? Maybe one sitting or multiple sittings, or multiple phases you have to talk to users. Maybe in the mockup, you talk to users and get some clarity on changes. You have to make, then change the mockup. Again, you can go to the users and check whether your change is correct. Again, you will get some more clarity, then come back and do. So this process is going up. to the saturation level. What we feel is, if it's mobile app, it will take around 15 sittings, 15 stages to complete prototype. Maybe the ideation you can complete in 2 or 3 stages, and wireframing 1 or 2 stages, mock ups, and prototyping, it will take around 15. Prototype to MVP, or mock-up to prototype and MVP, it will take around 15 cities. Maybe every week you can do these type of sittings with users. These type of discussions with users. But if you are developing UI for a physical product, every week it's not possible, because you get a lot of ideas from your users, but the technical team needs some time to implement that ideas or that changes, maybe once in a month or once in a quarter. Because if we are designing a UI for automobile, maybe once in 3 months, you can talk to the targeted users and finalize your design, because that design needs, the development of that design needs a longer phase when compared to the digital products. So it depends on the product and your objectives. But in any product, it's a physical product or digital product, these stages are same: ideation, wireframing, mockups, prototyping, MVP, and UX. These are the milestones. So finalize these milestone or cross this milestone with targeted users. Then the next question comes: where should UI designers listen to users? What we suggest, you have to talk to users in their environment. They may have multiple environments, but experience their environment, because that is the environment where your product is going to use, or the user is going to use your product in that environment. The home environment, think about your mobile app, that's how it is using in a home environment by the targeted users. Think about automobile also. You how they are parking their car, how they are cleaning the car, or how they are interacting with the car while it is in their home. So that way you had to. So yeah, from that environment you had to talk. The other environment is street. Think about in a casual ways, you can talk to them. So that's all also an environment, because think about a mobile or an automobile. Street is a good environment to talk to. So there are a lot of restrictions the users have while they are in street. Then the third is workplace. Anyway, maybe a person is parking their car in the office, or think about agriculture person is working in a cultivation field. So workplace is one of the important environment we have to interact with users. Then lab, invite them to your lab. You can discuss about your designs or a prototype or minimum viable product. The main environments are home, street, workplace, and lab. Try to collect users' opinions and ideas from these environments. Okay, what should UI designers listen? The next question is, what should UI designers listen? So I can listen everything. Okay, of course. You have to listen everything from users, but you should have, as a UI designer, you should have specific objectives in your mind. If the user is diverting or user is not filling to that objectives, you can prompt. So what should UI designers listen? The first thing is quick responses. When you show your ideas, when you present your ideas, what's your quick response? When you show your wireframe model, what's your quick response? Like that, when you show the mockups, when you show the prototype, when you show the minimum viable product, what's your quick response? That's immediate response from their mind. You have to collect that. Second stage is, from that immediate responses, develop. User has to develop, not UI. User has to come to stories. Stories means their experience. Maybe using in their other products, maybe using the reaching the same objectives, their experiences that come up like a stories. So quick responses, then users has to present their stories. UI designer has to listen stories. So they had different stories to say. I already done a presentation on different type of stories and how to analyze the stories. You can refer it my previous presentations on categorizing stories and how to judge the stories or how the stories will be developing. Then next comes to the positive thoughts from stories. Users will conclude the positive side of the experience and the negative sides of the experience. So the stories will be developing in the positive thoughts and negative thoughts from the user's perspective. UI designer has to listen that. Then comes to ideas. Users comes with a lot of ideas. So if I had to do this, I'll be doing this. If I do this, it will be in that way. So that is better to do that way. So like that, users have a lot of ideas. Here their ideas. Then look to the walkthroughs, how the user is going to do it in real life. They have a lot of ideas, but whether they will use it, whether they will execute it, they will do it. If you come with that idea, whether they will use it, go through the walkthroughs, the stage by stage of execution, or you can present the ideas as stage by stage, their own ideas in stage by stage in that discussion itself, and how they will interact with their own ideas. If the product come with their own ideas, they will say that marvelous and all, but don't limit to that level. So how they will do it step by step. Whether they will use it, still the people won't follow their. They won't use the product if, even though that the product is having the product designed with their own ideas, still they may not using. But while using the product, they will be finding a lot of other faults or other problems, that they may not be meeting the requirements, or may not be comfortable, or the ideas is marvelous always, but when we execute, there are a lot of problems comes in. So the walkthroughs also a must. So what should UI designers listen to users, to responses, stories, positive thoughts, negative thoughts, ideas, and walkthroughs. So it will come to a complete listening process from the users. Then you collect almost all the required information from users, then analyze. I am not explaining deep into analysis, because this is for listening. This presentation is for listening. But I will insist you to start with SWOT analysis, that is strength, opportunities, threats, and weaknesses of your UI design. You already designed, maybe in the design stage or in the version 2 as a real UX stage, you have a UI design, wireframes or mockups or prototypes, whatever it may be. Find the strength, strong points, find the opportunities, that is how you can extend your design to one more aspect the user needs. Maybe you users will talking about, if I need this, that will be great. Maybe that is an important contribution to your idea, your UI. So use that opportunities. And what are the negative sides, the threats, how to overcome that threats, and according to users mind, what are the weaknesses. So you analyze all these segment. Based on these segments, you analyze these factors and conclude. Then what we had to do next? Every stage you had to do this process, then redesign. In any stage, you can go to this analysis. You had to do this analysis. All stages you had to talk to these people, or in one stage itself, in multiple phases, you had to talk to users as a UI designer. Then analyze their viewpoints, implement in your UI design. In the designing stage, you can implement it. What are the implement conditions? You are already go to my previous videos, and you will get what are the points you have to check while implementing users ideas to your design. Don't just transfer the user ideas to your design. That's not possible, because different segment of people come with the different ideas. You can't add all the ideas to your product. That's not possible. So conclude their ideas, then implement, or you redesign for the version 2. This is the way you have to conclude the analysis and use the analysis. Okay, what are the takeaways? We can conclude to listen to users to reach the consensus of ideas. Listen to targeted users Listen to different segments of users. Listen to users in all stages of designing. Listen in different environments of users. Listen to quick responses, stories, positive thoughts, negative thoughts, ideas, and walkthroughs. This is the objective of listening. So, any stage of your design process, you can listen to users. So, these are the takeaways. I hope it is very clear to you. I need not explain it again. It's very clear what clear on what is the purpose and what you get while listening to users. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. As I said earlier, you can share to your team. Questions? Thank you for coming back. Today we are talking about product UI and UX design, how we can sync between these designs. So, and we will be talking about what's the difference between these designs and how we can synchronize these. Product UI is user interface, then UX is user experience. So, how these three things are connected in designing a product or services. I'm Thomas. This is my fourth video of this year. I hope you enjoyed the previous videos. And this also will be a knowledge sharing for you and your team. Okay, what is product design? It's a perfect merge of business, UX, and tech. So, product design should contain the business strategies and which transform to the product strategies. Also, it should include UX, that is user experience, that is the voice of customer, and technology. So, perfect merge of business, UX, and tech will give a good product design. So, this is the way of making product and services for any company or any product. When you talk about these three factors, is the three milestones, three important factors of product design. That is business strategies, user, and technology. Whatever may be the technology, maybe you are talking about a traditional old technology, whatever it may be. So the technology matters. At the same time, user views matters and business strategies. What is the difference between product design and UX design? Product design is a business function. As I said earlier, product design is a business function. It's focusing on maximizing business values from a product or service. What is UX design? UX design actually a UI design based on user experience. That part we have to clearly understand. Actually, we can't design a user experience. That is, so many people say that I am designing user experience. That is not at all possible because user experience is happening in the mind of a user. How you can design it? You have no idea about what is the experience it creates in the user because it changes according to the situation, according to the time, according to the emotional factors, according to the cultural factors, according to the necessity. Lot of factors affecting the experience level of the user. Even though the user today says that that is good for me, tomorrow the same user for the same product he will claim that that is bad for me because it controls based on lot of external factors. So nobody can design a UX for a user. But actually, what it means, UX design means a company is designing user interface based on user experience. That design is called UX design. Okay, of course, you may be asking any other way of designing UI. Yes, UI can be designed based without talking to consumer, just based on the your technology or your intuitions. Think about lot of products in ancient days is designed just based on quality and technology. No way talking about users, and there is no room for users voice. But in last 50 years, maybe specifically you can say the last 25 years, everybody will consider users opinion, or even though you design a product without user's opinion, the second version you will be developing based on users views, because otherwise you can't sell. So because user is ultimate person to use your product, so you have to consider user views. Without that you can't. So UX design means UI design based on UX. Okay, actually this is based on voice of customer. user. UX is based on voice of the user. So UI designer must be patient about the user experience by talking users and get their feedback. That is one of the important thing. A UI designer who is based on UX should do. So he should, the UI designer should interact with the user. This is the main difference between product design and UX design. So you can understand these two terms. More specific, these three terms: product design. Product design is a business function, maximizing business value or transferring the values to the user. So it's a product design. UI is a user interface, which should be there in the product design. Otherwise, user can't interact. Then UX is user experience. UI design based on user experience. That's called UX design. These are the three main terms we have to keep in mind, and we should have clarity on these three things. Okay, what is product design? Product must, in simple terms, product must be valuable, usable, and feasible. This is the definition of product design. You can design any product or service. When I say product, that includes services also. You can design any product, maybe an automobile you are designing, maybe a FMCG product you are designing, or your service product like banking or insurance, what you are designing. It should be valuable to user. It should be usable to user. It should be feasible to user. In the perspective of user, that is important. You can claim that is valuable. Company can claim that it's usable, but these things to be measured in the perspective of user. Users should say that this is valuable, usable, and feasible. This is the definition given by a great management expert. I always take this explanation while doing the product design. So valuable, usable, and feasible. Actually, the product design includes UX. That is what I want to explain in this presentation. Product design is covering all these factors. When you say usable, when you say valuable and feasible, when you say usable, it includes UX. Otherwise, there is a negative feedback based on UX. So product design includes UX. That is the first step is how we are to design a brand. I'm just giving the main three steps of designing the product, because this presentation is not for product design. This is talking about merging of UX and product designs. So create product concept. This is the first step. Second step is product design and action plans. So product design and action plan, the main steps of product design. The third step is always talking about the voice of user. So where the user experience plays a big role. Okay, these definition and steps leads to a user-centric design. Nowadays, all the companies are following user-centric design because user is the ultimate beneficiary, whatever product you are developing or whatever service you are providing. I think you can see and understand from my illustration. So product, it covers a lot of factors, lot of strategies, lot of features, and it's a product. From the product, how the product is interacting with the user. There is a UI is required in the product. That's user interface. Without user interface, no product can interact with the user. So user interface should be there. That's a part of the product. I'm actually just saying that is user interface, but actually it's a part of the product. We can say that is a product features or core product. Then there is an interface to interact. Then this interface is the main platform which is interacting with the user. From that UI, user is creating user experience, because the user don't know what is in the backend of the product. Actually, user is interacting to UI, user interface, which makes the user experience. So that's why UI designer is an important factor, or UI is an important factor to generate user experience. Then it comes to user's mind. That's why you can't design, or you can't analyze, or you can't inject anything to the user's mind. The user is getting experience according to his own way, but the major role is how your UI interact with the user. Think about any product. This is not for a digital product. Think about any product. Digital product is very easy. Think about as app. You can see there is whatever you are seeing about the app is a user interface. You don't know what technology behind it, what database it's using, or what language is using behind that. You don't know. You don't know whether that app is written on Python or Java or any other language, or it's using MongoDB or MySQL or Oracle or whatever it may be. You have no idea, but actually user is interacting with the user interface. Whatever you are seeing in the mobile app or in the web app, it's a user interface. So what experience that user interface is creating in the mind of the user, that depends on the design of user interface. Okay. Similarly, think about a physical product. For example, a car. Car is a product. Car contains a lot of engineering technology, lot of aerodynamics, lot of electrical technology, electrical parts, mechanical parts, lot of things you can think about car while designing it. So a lot of features it's having. Some features may not be used by a user at all, but actually there are a lot of features you incorporate in the car. But how user interact with the car? Using steering, clutch, brakes, dashboards. This is a user interface of the car. Otherwise, user is not interacting directly to engine. So that's not possible. User don't know what technology is used in that engine. User is not aware about it, and user is not interested to learn about it. He's just using brake or clutch or accelerator. That is a user interface connecting to engine. Like that AC, there is a from dashboard, it's having a user interface, it's connecting to the air conditioner, music system, whatever the features of the product you have in car, you provide a user interface if the user wants to control it. Otherwise, you are not providing that. You won't provide any user interface. There are a lot of features like that in a car. You won't provide any user interface, but it will be operates inside the product without a user interface. So actually, user is interacting only with the user interface. This user interface generates a user experience while driving the car, while using the other features inside the car, which creates a user experience in the driver's mind how this car works. That judges the quality of the car according to the perspective of the user. So this is the way these three factors affects product. Product is interacting with the user through user interface, and this interaction creates a user experience in user's mind. So in turn, company or the product has to create a good user experience in user's mind. Am I right? Otherwise, you can't sell the product or service or whatever product you are selling. The ultimate beneficiary is user. You have to create a good user experience in his mind, even though you can't measure or you can't experience or you can't feel. the experience created inside users' mind, only users can explain it. Sometimes they can't explain. So most of the users can't explain the O factor of the product because this is beyond their explanation sometimes. But still, you can or take that output from their emotions, their expressions, or their actions. Okay, there are different ways to measure user experience. We had to use it, but actually, UX design means designing UI based on UX. That part you have to understand, and all the design should be user centric. Whatever may be, what product you are. Think about some companies who claim that they never talk to user. Of course, they may never talk to user. That I can understand. But I still ask whether you consider user views in your design table. You can't avoid user from your design table. You may not be talking to user, but you are learning from user. But because the communicative interaction, the face-to-face interaction is one method of learning user experience. There are a lot of other methods, even just observation, third-party reports. Think about a lot of things you can use in learning user experience, how user feels about the product. So just saying that I'm not talking, I'm not interested to talk to user, that is not a claim like we are not considering user. They are not interacting with the user directly in the first hand, that I can understand, but you can't avoid user from your design table. I'm not mentioning the brand names. One of the global best companies in the world, they say that they won't talk to user, but they will consider experience. They design experience centers and collect all the information from the experience center and saying that they won't talk to user. I don't know what they are talking about. Actually, the one thing I can say that they are not interacting face to face to the user. They are not believing in that method of collecting user experience. Okay, fine. But you can't avoid users from your design table. Okay, so UI designer starts based on the product design. So actually UI designer can start only after product designer starts. So product is a total business scenario or total business function which contains a lot of strategies. Based on the product strategies, UI designer starts. The UI designer is looking to the user and the product designer. Here, the UI designer is learning from the user and product designer and design UI. So UI designer can start only after product designer starts. So where to start? This is really interesting question. Where to start? Where, as a UI designer, from where you had to start? The first step is conceive product from the product designer. Because product designer consider a lot of factors like business factors, includes financial factors, strategies, product strategies, core company strategies, company's vision, social factors, targeted customers, a lot of factors they talk about while doing the product design. So product design more or less considered technology as well as business strategies. So conceive the idea, the entire product idea from the product designer. That's the first step a UI designer has to do. What technology they are planning to use and what's their capabilities. Whether they can include new technologies or what the capabilities of the company, what are the strategies of the business, what are the strategies of that product, what is the strategies for the industry. So everything I learned from the product designer, because product designer is designed the product designer designed the product based on all these factors. Then come to the phase 2, look to other brands. So you have to look outside. not only the company's strategies and product strategies, look other brands, how they solve this problem or how they place their product in this market, and competitor products. That's how you look to other brands and competitor products. So of course there are a lot of competitor products or substitute products. There are a lot of products which the user is using to end user is using to solve the situation or to take the things happen. He may be using some other product, that's called substitution products or competitor products. You are not in that field, you are just developing that product. So look to the other brands and competitor products, including substitution products. Learn from these factors. Then phase 3, look to social media for stories and experience. Now the social media is one of the important area or important media to learn about users, because most of the people will share their experience in social media, so you can learn from that. Maybe that is their experience, maybe explained not for your purpose, but still you can learn based on their experience, their stories, their reactions. So go through the specific groups in different social media platforms about the same product or similar product have the same objectives, same strategies as look to social media for stories and experiences. What the experience this product is generating in front of the user, in the minds of the user. Then phase 4 is analyze user needs and technology limits. This is one of the important areas the UI designer make mistakes. First, they have to learn from users. Analyze the user needs. This is one of the important factors. User interface should not design based on intuition. I know that 90% of the UI designers design the user interface based on their own intuition and their own idea. This is something like a poet is writing a poetry. This is just a hobby. But we are talking about the commercial scenario. This is not a hobby. This is a commercial aspect is there. So when a poet is making a poetry or a story writer is writing a story, and a film director is directing a film, writing a story for the film, these having two different perspectives. Story writer is just writing the story for his hobby, may not have much business interest. So the man may be a reader or may not be a reader, doesn't matter for the story writer because it's a hobby, he's enjoying that. But a film storyboard maker or story writer is making it for keeping the audience in his mind. So it's having a commercial aspect. So without the audience, how? What is the purpose of creating a film storyboard without a user, uh, without an audience or without a spectator for that film? So analyze user need. One of the important factor while designing UI. This is one of the biggest mistake most of the UI designers. UI designers, I'm just designing a UI user interface and you have to follow. Nobody will follow that. It will keep in the shelf. That's all. Because the product owner or a product designer won't follow your design if you just design it from your intuitions. That's your own creations. You have to consider business factors as well as user needs. Otherwise, your UI won't give any solution to the product designer. Then technology limits. Technology limits is one of the important things the UI designer should keep in mind, because company have lot of technology limits. Companies have technology strategies. For example, Google will use only Google platform. Facebook will use only Facebook platform. Amazon will use only Amazon platform. Maybe internally they are learning it, but actually when come to the user side, they will use only these technologies. So they also have the technology limits. According to the strategies, they are not allowed to use other strategy, others products. UI designer should understand these limits. Whatever may be the company size, it's a global company, it's the biggest company, they can take anything to their design board, but they have some strategic limits. Smaller company may have limits based on the financial factors because they can't afford most of the technologies. So they have financial factors. So what's their technology strategies, technology limits that UI designer should understand. Based on that, you design the UI. Otherwise, the UI designer will design a lot of interfaces, lot of methods, but that's not practically possible by the developers. This is one of the important factors UI designer should consider. Of course, after considering all these factors, the technology limits, user needs, and product strategies, you should you should add your creativity to design. Otherwise, your design won't be unique. And that creativity makes the difference in front of the user. So you have to consider all these limits, all these factors, then add creativity to design. That is actually the measure within that limits, how you create a unique design or how you add creativity to design. So these are the important phases you have to consider. After that, you have to design UI for targeted user. Again, I'm repeating, this is not a hobby, or this is not only for your satisfaction. You are in the commercial space, design UI for targeted users. Otherwise, company won't accept, or product designer won't accept your designs. User also won't accept your design. So design UI for targeted users. That is important. I'm just designing UI. Who is going to use it? I don't know. Are you designing for kids? Are you designing for elders? Are you designing for a particular country? Or are you designing for a group of people having a particular culture? UI designers should understand this. The same thing can be designed for these different targeted users. For example, I can design a banking app for teenagers. I can design a banking app for senior citizens. So this should have different UI, because whatever you are providing to, even just a font size, you think about what you are providing, the font size and colors you are providing to a teenager may not be a good option for a senior citizen. So you have to design UI for targeted users. That is one of the important things you have to keep in mind. UI designer should keep the user, the targeted user, at the center of the design board, then design. Okay, how to do these design? You start with wireframes, considering all these some Corel Draw or some types of drawing softwares, you can use the wireframes. That's a schematic drawing of the design. That's the first step. UI design is not complex. It's very simple. But UI designer should consider these factors. Otherwise, it is not syncing with the product design. That is the only problem I experienced in last 20, 25 years of research and design. Should consider user needs and business scenarios. Otherwise, it won't sync with the product design. So most of the UI designers write their own way, they design their own way. That is one of the biggest problem product designer is facing. So start with wireframe. Considering all these factors, start with wireframes. Then the second level is mockups. So you have to design or improve your wireframes to mockups, giving some look and feel, how this is going to happen, or the shape, size, colors. It is the mockups. Then again, you can use any software for these mockups. Then comes to UI design. So UI design is an interactive design where you can play with menus and options. It will be work like a software, but without any backend. So nothing is in the backend, but actually the interface is designed. So that's called UI design. So actually these are three steps. This is the main step. This is three main milestones of UI design. First is wireframe, second is mockup, and third is UI design. So in UI design, you can use any softwares like Figma or UiSat or Adobe XD. A lot of softwares are available. You can use any softwares. In wireframes and mockups, you can use any design softwares. And here there are in UI design, there are specific softwares designed for UI that you can use. So these are the three steps of UI design. Then how to measure UI design against user experience? That's one of the important factors any UI designer has to do. You can design a lot of things, but it should measure against user experience. How to measure that? Tell a story. Self-assessment using stories. That's a very interesting method to assess the UI design against UX. How to tell your own stories on your own design. So I'm just explaining different stories, themes here. You put a story theme in front of you. I, Thomas, I am from New York. How to automate social media using this application. That's just a story thing. I am filling that sentence. I, the targeted user, I am from that targeted location. How to That is what is the purpose. So I, Thomas, I am from New York. How to automate social media using this application. So then you have to create that story based on your UI design. So how you can do this, actually a role play. So actually you can use you take the role of this user and answer or create a story on behalf of the user. That's very interesting. But you have to keep in mind that you are not a designer. You are taking the role of that user and generating the story. Like that, another story theme. I, Thomas, age 40, and how to automate social media using this application. So the age is a factor. This is another story theme. Like that, you can apply the story theme by considering different ages. I am a person having 17 years. I am a person is having 35 years. I am a person is having 60 years. So how to automate social media using this? So another story theme is I'm a user. I'm an engineer. How to automate social media? So the profession comes to display. So the stories are making based on age, profession, location, and the next one is usage. I am a daily user. I'm Thomas. I will use this application every day, 2 or 3 times in a day. Think about it. I'm a heavy user. I'm using this application 2 or 3 times in a day. How to automate my social media using this application? So this is another story theme. So another story theme is what benefits I will get if I use it for. For example, I'm Thomas. What benefits I will get if I use it for my social media automation? So this is a different way of creating the story themes and put these story themes in front of you and create stories. So what are the story themes? It's based on location, based on age, based on profession, based on usage, and based on benefit. So you can create a lot of other story themes also. These are the five main aspects you have to consider while telling the story or while analyzing. Because when you talk about a user, the user may be from a specific location, because location is one of the important variable or important factor in user experience. Age is an important factor of user experience. Profession, education and profession or occupation is an important factor of user experience. And usage is a heavy user, a medium user, a light user. That's also gives different factors of user experience, because he's using a car every day for commuting, and another person is using the car, same brand of the car, only for the weekend travel. So that's one of the important variables for the user experience. Then benefits, another variable. So you have to generate stories based on these factors, and you take the role of these users. You can design any role of the users and generate stories based on these roles. That's a method I propose based. experience, not based on any theories. These are developed based on our years of experience in this field. The next method is assessment using UX research. So maybe some companies saying that they will do they have to talk to the actual user. So it comes to UX research. So user experiences is the same method, but instead of role plays, we are talking to the real user in a particular location or particular age, or user is using with the time of heavy user or medium user, or looking for the benefits. So you find the actual user from society and interact with them. That's a UX research. The perspective in UX research, the perspective of designer and user, that matters. So actually what you are testing in the UX research, you have a UI design and user having a concept or learning or knowledge about this requirement, about his requirement. So these are different perspectives. You are providing a solution in the UI designer's point of view. User is looking to your solution in the user's needs. So what are maybe the stage, wireframe or mockup or UI design? In wireframe, you can use depth interviews or group discussions, different methods to analyze your wireframes. You can present your wireframes in front of the user and ask their opinion and their views. And after completing the wireframe, you can go to mockups, and with mockups, you can go to the same person of the user and do it again. Then finalize your mockups. Then do UI design, and actually the interactive design also you can go to the user with the having the same persona and test and learn from the user. So actually what you are learning in these three stages. Some people say that after UI design I will go to, but it's better what we suggest is in the each stage, in the wireframe stage or in the mockup stage and UI design stage, user interface design stage, you have to talk to user, get user experience. Or at the same time, the first step, the stories also can be developed based on these three steps. Okay. So actually, what you are learning in this stage from UX research, what is the gap between the UI design and user needs or user experience? He's visualizing based on this design, because the product is not released, so you can't give the user experience to the user based on the product, but user can visualize the usage of the product and explain their experience from the visualization. So that part, the visualization journey, you have to use it using the moderator who will be conducting the research. So actually what you are analyzing, the gap between the designer, UI design and user needs. I'm not talking about how to analyze that gaps, but actually you are analyzing the gap. There are different methods like EZB model. So there are a lot of models available to analyze that gaps. But for how to analyze the gap theoretically or the based on the experience, models, I will do another user using UX research. Okay. Then when you get this gap, when you feel that there is a gap, you have to redesign your user interface. The same method you adopted in the first step, you have to consider all these factors, the technology factors, user experience, and business strategies. Based on these factors, you have to redesign, because now you have a different view on user experience. You have a learning about the product, and in the different phases I explained, you learned about the product. Now you have the visualized experience shared by the user through gap between the UI design and actual user needs. So that's UX you have and the technology factors you already have, whether these needs can be developed by the tech and business. So actually the UI design, you can consider these factors, but the product owner or product designer will consider these factors more deeply. You can design UI based on UX and submit to the product designer. So actually you have to redesign your UI based on UX. Actually you are in the center point. You have to consider UX and whether the consider technology limits and business strategies. That way you can redesign your user interface. Then deliver it to the team. So delivery also important. You have to deliver to the team of developers. And you have to answer the questions from the UI developer. That is, developer means mainly a technology person who is coding or who is developing, the engineering person who is developing that user interface. They also get the clarity on that, and product owner will be there, product designer will be there. So they will be get more clarity, or they will understand your UI design. That is another mistake UI designers make. According to my experience, UI designer will design and just deliver it. This is my UI design. You have to do. No. If you are doing that, there are a lot of factors. The product designer, business owner, and the uh, product developer will look into while developing this design, because there are a lot of technology factors going to affect, business factors you're going to affect. As I said earlier, these are the important factors that tech people and business people will look into. You are giving UI based on UX. So you are the starting point of the design after product strategies. So the product strategy is a complete business function. While the business function is set, the product strategy is set, the next step is coming to the UI designer. UI designer designs UI based on UX. Then UI designer transfer his knowledge and design to the development team. Better, you should be the part of the development team. UI designer should be the part of the development team and answer questions. So if there are some points which is not considered by you in the technical factors and business factors, still you can look into, and you can interact with the users, or from the answers given by the users, or you analyze using UX research, still you can change their mind, change some factors of your UI, some parts of your UI design based on this technology and business strategies. So it's better UI designer should be a part of the development team. That is better. Don't deliver it like an outsider. Okay, I hope I explained almost all the factors about these three design levels: the product design, UI design, and UX design. Whatever I explained is based on our 20 years of experience in market research, more specifically in UX research. We are working for global brands in these years, and we are doing this research all over the world. So what are the takeaways? The first thing is conceive product from product designer. The first step you have to do, you have to understand the product based on business function. Based on the business strategy, you have to understand that. Don't start your design without understanding the product strategies from product designer or product owner. So because they are the person who is going to develop, and they are the financial beneficiaries of your design. So they are your client. So you have to understand the product from product designer. Second step is analyze user needs and technology. So this is your area. Analyze your needs and technology limits. Especially analyze user experiences by putting the visual aids or visualization triggers as well as experience shared in social media or different phases I already explained. Using that, you analyze user needs and technology limits. Then third is the important step every UI designer. You give the creativity, add the creativity to your design. Don't just design just based on UI users needs. Users needs is only one factor. Your product maybe consider 100% users needs, but you have to give something extra. So your UI design contains, so the entire UI design contains 100% user needs. Still, it comes to 80% of your design. The balance 20% that gives creativity, that add creativity. Because one important thing you have to keep in mind by great visionaries, and that is a fact, user can't give a solution. User can explain their problems, their requirements, but user can't suggest solution. Don't explain just the solution explained by the user to be design table, because user can't give the solution. This is one of the main conclusion I have in last 20 years of research. User can't give the solution. User can explain their problems, their requirements. Look, the one, two major companies in the world, the visionaries, I can name that visionaries, Steve Jobs and Henry Ford. They said, user can't solve a business problem, or user can't solve a problem in the society. User can explain the problem. They can explain the requirements. You have to solve the problem. A business should solve the user's problem. So user can just explain, and they can criticize it, but user won't give the solutions. Don't look into the solution to the user, and learn from the user about their requirements and problems. So their needs and problems. But don't transfer the user solutions suggested. Maybe most of the users are smart enough to suggest a lot of solutions, but don't transfer the same solution to the design table without applying your creativity and your knowledge to that. So add creativity to your design and knowledge to your design. Design UI for the targeted users. As I said earlier, a user-centric approach is a must. This is not a poetry. This is not a story for your enjoyment. Design UI by keeping in mind that this is a targeted user who's going to use your UI. Maybe an illiterate woman from a village is going to use your application. So targeted users is important. In each stage, it's a wireframe, then mockup, and UI design. These are three steps I already explained. So this is not a very complex thing. Just do the wireframe and mockup. And most of the people ask me, what is UI design? What is UX? Actually, everybody can do the UI and UI design and UI based on UX. If you have some visualizing capabilities, that is required. So you have some visualizing capabilities, you dream it, you visualize it, then you can view the design. But you have to consider users factors. That's a targeted users needs, business factors, and technology limits. This is the area the UI designer make mistakes. There are a lot of creative people, but they say that they will create something, but it may not be matching, may not be in synchronized with the technology the company is using, the business strategies companies having, the user needs. So these three factors the UI designer should consider in mind, then design it. You will be a perfect designer by keeping the targeted user in mind. So wireframes, mockups, and UI design. These are very simple steps. Softwares are very simple. Then the next stage is measure your. Most of the UI designers, my design is unique, my design is great, nothing to measure. No, don't take that stand. You have to measure. You have to measure. Also, the product owner or product designer has to measure UI design. The company has to measure. How to measure? You can do your self-assessment and UX research. These are the two methods. You can design a lot of methods. You have a lot of methodologies in UI, UX design. Sorry, UX research. There are a lot of methodologies you can apply. Also, there are self-assessment methods. They can internal assessment, external assessments, whatever you apply according to your financial capabilities and your project design. You can do different type of measure, but you should measure the design against the targeted users' needs. Otherwise, the business owner or product owner will be in trouble, because after the design, after releasing the product, it may not be matching with the user needs. And technology is before that is also, before releasing that also, your design may not be matching with the technology available with the company. So these are the problems. So you have to do the self-assessment as well as UX research. Then incorporate changes and deliver UI design to the product designer. So why learn from the user, design the UI based on user experience, measure your design, and make the changes if there is a gap, then submit to the product designer. This is the task of a UI designer. So I'm talking about all these steps based on UX. That is, UI designers should talk to users and get their experience. So UI designer should be based on user experience. And UI designers should start from wireframes, then mockups and UI design, and test the UI design and analyze the gap and redesign if there is a gap, then submit to product designer. These are the main takeaways. Steps I explained. So do you have any questions? You can put it in the comments, or later on also you can put it in the comments. I will answer all your questions. What are the qualities of UI designer? Or how to measure? Oh, really good. So how to measure a UI designer? There's an HR activity actually, but you have to keep in mind whether the person is having a creativity. That sells, because you are doing the UI design for a business function, and business function means it's a commercial space. It should sell. That means it's valuable, usable, and feasible. So usable, you can very easily assess. Feasible is a financial aspect. That also is valuable, means that value generates from the creativity side of the UI designer. That's what I notice in my experience. That value creates in the user's mind is directly connected to the creativity of your user interface. User maybe imagine something, okay, then user feels that, okay, that is available there. tomorrow also, not only he may not be notice it today, but tomorrow after some time, notice, okay, that feature is available. So that way you have to create the values. Value should be generated in user. So creativity is a one factor you have to assess when you talk to a UI designer. Second is patience to understand the technology needs, business needs, and user needs. I'm not saying this word because most of the UI designers making this mistake, they feel that they will just design from their own ideas and others has to follow. I talked when a UI designer submit a design, I will ask specific questions. Who is going to use this design? What way they will go use this design? Why they have to use this product? Where they are going to use this product and when they are going to use this product. Immediately the UI designer get irritated. You have to use my design. That this design is great. No, because we are developing a business or developing a commercial product based on your design. You are supposed to answer. You are forced to answer, or you are liable to answer these questions. So UI designer, be patient to answer business questions, and your UI design should synchronize with technology and business strategies of the company, along with user experience, especially when the user experience is more clear when you go for the second version. With the first version, the product is not in the market. That creates a what we call creates a visual space and visual triggers. There are creates a triggers and visual space to explain the experience by the user. But think about the version 2. The product is already there in the market. The user can easily explain their experience. Even though you haven't done the basic testing in the first version of the product, that's a very risky factor. Still release your first version, then get the experience very fast, and immediately you have to release a second version. It's completely failure. You have to completely redesign the product, but at that time it will be affect your brand loyalty and brand value. That's one of the problem. So better you release the product without the brand, without the brand name. So that's masking the brand name, then release the product, then get the experience. That method also you can use for testing, that mask method of product testing, white label testing, because that makes brand safe. Otherwise, the into the from which company is coming. They won't look into the UI designer. They will look into the brand name, which company is releasing that product. So sometimes it may be ultimate failure. Then it will affect your brand value. So white label your brand and test your first version. That don't expect income from the first version. That is just for testing. Your first version itself is a beta version. So you can just put it in front of the targeted user and test it, then immediately release the version 2. The version 2 is your commercial product. that way. So why it is happening? Because the UI designer is not learning properly from the from the targeted user. So that way you can move forward. So UI designer should learn from user experience, technology limits, and business strategies. So he should have patience. So creativity and patience to hear their client or the stakeholders. That is one of the drawbacks I notice with a lot of UI designers. They are just design it and submit the design, even though they are not interested to interact with the development team. I know the design. I designed it. You can use. So how some methods the UI designer propose can't be achieved by the technology. So if you design a flying car now, only few companies which is having that technical capabilities can achieve that level. Otherwise, how a small company can think about flying cars? So that type of designs, it's a waste of time. So look into these aspects of these character specific aspects of the UI designer. The UI designer should be patient to learn the product from the user needs, product designer, and technology limits. Then should have creativity. These are the two important aspects. Qualification side is better go for arts based people, not the engineering based people, because engineers more into the analytical capabilities. It's very difficult for them to create something, because when an engineer creates something, the factors I notice is when a design created by an engineer, it will be having a symmetry, it will be having a pattern, because engineer's mind is always analytical mind and mathematical mind. Engineers creativity is based on technology, but UI designers creativity is based on user needs, so emotional factors, experience factors, mind associations, psychological factors. These are the factors the UI designer should consider while doing the creativity side. Otherwise, when an engineer designs this, it's always like look a symmetric design, technically perfect. That's I can I am accepting that. That's a technically great, but the experience which is generate in front of the user, maybe what I can say, that is more or less designed. It's not having much emotional touch. So UI designer is better not to have the science-based background. It's better to have arts-based background. That is better. They should have creativity and they should have artistic capabilities and arts-based qualifications. Okay, you can ask more questions in the comments. I will answer later. Thank you for watching my presentation. And think about, we talk all these matters based on Hi everyone, welcome to my today's presentation. A brilliant way to analyze consumer's choice. Every decision is made based on consumer's choice. Every purchase decision is having a trade-off. So when there is a choice, there's a trade-off. How to analyze this choice and how to influence this consumer's choice? This is I'm going to speak today. So a brilliant way to analyze consumer's choice. When the choices are made by consumers, that's the first question we have to analyze. For this, we can go through the consumer journeys, purchase journeys. So, consumer purchase starts from awareness, then move to knowledge. So in awareness, consumer is creating or taking awareness or getting awareness about different products and brands. Then consumer is learning about each brand and product. Then the consumer like different brands or product based on its features. Then consumer wants to take a preference what he want to purchase. Then consumer will be rethink or analyze again whether the decision made by the consumer is correct or not. Then purchase. This is a typical consumer journey proposed by Lavin and Steiner model. So when we look into this journey, when the choice are made by consumers, you can look into the awareness, knowledge, liking. These are the knowledge gaining stages. But in preference, of course, the consumer want to prefer one product or brand against others. The trade-off is happening in the preference stage. So this is a stage we want to analyze how the choices are made, how we can influence the choices, and on what basis consumer take decisions, or how on what basis consumer select a particular brand and product and reject a brand and product. So that is the topic of today's discussion. Conjoint analysis. What is conjoint analysis? Conjoint analysis is a survey-based statistical technique used in UX research that helps to determine how people value different attributes of an individual product or service. The objective of content analysis in consumer purchase journey is to determine what combinations is most influential on consumer choice or trade-off and decision making. So conjoint analysis is a statistical method proposed for analyzing the choices and trade-off. How to use conjoint analysis in a consumer journey? Because consumer journey, the choice is happening in a consumer journey on the time of preferences. A controlled set of product or services are shown to consumers, and by analyzing how they made choices among these product and services, that is a method adopted by conjoint analysis. The implicit value of the individual product or service can be determined. So in conjoint analysis, a set of products, services are shown to consumers. That is can be a controlled set of services and products. Sorry. That can be a controlled set of consumers choices that can be shown in front of the consumer to analyze and pick by the consumer. So consumer will look into these choices and do the trade-off. This can be used in the preference level.